Melissa. Okay. Yeah. Hello, everybody coming in and joining us. I got my tea. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing on this wonderful Thursday, Zeus's day? Hope everyone's doing well and ready for a good rant. Yeah. No, it's very hot. My tea is very hot. Hello. Oh, I see some of my peeps. Hi, my darlings. Yay! I always get so happy when people get to make the stream, especially when they're so excited about it. I'm like, oh! Melanie! Oh, I'm so excited you're here. That's okay. I'm happy that you are able to be here at all. I'm always excited when anyone gets to join in, even if it's for a little bit, because I know my streams are so long. It's so funny. I look at other YouTuber streams and they're like an hour in and they're like, oh, it's an hour, I gotta go. And I'm sitting here like, oh. I'm like, I could probably stream all day if I just let it. Court's my baby. I'm so happy you're here. Oh, we're doing a lot today. A lot of ranting about some stuff, but not just ranting to rant. I do hope to have some, I'm supposed to like do it in a constructive way, in a way that we can learn from things, whether it be not to do certain things, to know why certain things are not okay, and to maybe, because of the way the internet is, that we can learn to notice certain bad behaviors and not fall victim to those, you know? That's my hope for this. This isn't just going to be me, like, let's talk shit. I really want to do this. I want to address some stuff because I find it just troublesome, you know, and I find that a lot of things, either people just don't know, or the worst thing is people are doing things on purpose to try and kind of like manipulate others. So I kind of really want to just address a lot of the things that are cause of concern and that are kind of annoying me a little bit. So that's kind of the goal for, and then that's the main goal for the stream, but I also really want to talk about Zeus. I made it on Thursday specifically because I just feel this need to talk about Zeus, considering there is a lot of misconceptions about him. A lot of people, and actually a lot of the stuff I'm going to be ranting about has to do with the way people treat him specifically. So it's going to be a very Zeus-themed live stream. So the first thing, though, I do want to announce, I have an announcement. I put the link at the top of the chat. I have a website. Finally! I know I've been talking about getting a website, and I finally got one because Apollo sent me to one of his followers. If you're on Tumblr, it's their name is Witch of Apollo, and they were randomly doing making free websites for people, and I was just like, this is perfect timing, and Apollo was like, yeah. So that's the point. So I have a website now. Like I said, the link is up at the top of the chat, and you can subscribe to the blog so that you get updated every time I update. There will be an update later after this live stream because I'm pretty much done with the first blog post. I just wanted to go over it one last time just to make sure, perfectionist. So I have to like double check everything. So, but there will be a post later tonight. So yeah, my goal for August is to really get into much more of a schedule with my content creating and really focus in on it, get the podcast back up and running with an actual consistent schedule, and to be using the website more and stop relying so heavily on social media, at least social media where I can talk to all of you guys and have discussions and share funny things and stuff like that, but not have it be like the main hub of where I share the things that I think are really important, the knowledge that I gain, the research I find. So, yeah, Cords, yeah, Apollo's going to show up. He is. So, yeah, so I also really want the website to kind of work in conjunction with the podcast. So, considering depending on where you listen to my podcast, it's not like you here on YouTube where I have the down box where I can add a bunch of stuff. Here on Spotify, it's not like that, or SoundCloud or Apple, wherever else you listen to it. So I'm kind of want to have on my website where I have my resource list, because I want to make sure now I always include resource lists, especially for the research heavy posts and episodes that I do. Have a resource list, and I don't know if enough people know about this, but there are audio transcripts available for my podcast, Tea with the Gods. So I want to also make that more readily available. So the website and the podcast, I want to kind of work in conjunction with that. So yeah, look up for that. It's teawiththegods.wordpress.com, but like I said, it's linked at the top. Okay. All right, so I guess we should start spilling some tea, shall we? Let me take a sip of one before. Because I figured we'll start with the Hexing the Moon drama. Yes, figured we will start there. I'm assuming everybody knows about the Hexing the Moon drama, and if you don't, I am envious of you. So envious that you have no idea about it. So, but to summarize, yeah. So, to summarize, some people on Witch Talk basically talked about how they did or were going to, I don't know, but that they were going to or they did, they hexed the moon and the fae, and that they were going to do the same to the sun. And then all hell broke loose. Everybody lost their minds. And it turned into, it got so big. That's why I'm surprised people don't know about it, because it got so big. It came out. I've never really seen Witch Talk drama go further than really Tumblr, maybe Twitter. And even then, not even to, the mainstream witchy community. The people who are really well known in the witchy community, they were all talking about it. They were making videos and posts about it. There were articles written about it. I even had one of the podcasts I listened to, which is mainly, they do talk about occult stuff, but it's mainly, for, horror stuff, horror movies, serial killers, true crime, cults, that kind of stuff. They did, they talked about it, which was so weird to listen to. And so it blew up. And people were also just being this is the part that really bothered me was it turned into also the gods are so pissed. Apollo's gonna just like rain hellfire down on everybody. He's so mad. The gods are in pain. They're crying. They're hurt. They're betrayed. And it was like, it was dramatic AF, like to the max. And it was so weird to watch happen. Because when it first came to me, my first thought was, you can't hex the moon. Because do people realize you can't hex the moon? Like, that's not a thing that can happen. And also, what really got me too was that it was Apollo that everyone was like, it's Apollo. Apollo's so mad. Apollo's pissed. And I'm like, why Apollo? Why not the Celtic deities? Because they're the ones that they're actually considered part of the Fae. A lot of them are considered part of the Fae. Like, I think the Morgan, one of her names is the Fairy Queen. And either way, the Fae comes from their culture, really. And the moon, why is it not more the moon deities that are being talked about? I mean, Artemis would get brought up, but she always got brought up in conjunction with Apollo. And I was just like, this is some, like, red flags that I feel like people either were just not thinking, or I think this was a big thing, is people got swept up in the drama of it all. It was like they wanted to be part of this outrage, right? Yeah, okay, thank you. So that's what I was like, why not Selene? Selene is the actual moon. Because the truth is, people were going by their own frame of reference. These are the gods that they know. So they're just using them instead of it being more like what's actually happening, you know? So, yeah. The whole thing is that, so what ended up happening from what I heard, which makes complete sense to me, because even when me and my friends talked about it, we all thought that this was not real. Because who's going to do that and talk about it? Like, if you're going to post something on the internet like that, you want attention. That's your main goal. You know, your main goal isn't to actually hex the moon. It's to either get attention, to inspire outrage, to piss people off, or in this case, it was to trick people. They wanted to say, okay, yeah, we're going to hex the moon. So the witches go, oh, I feel the shift. And then they could be like, you're full of shit because we didn't actually do anything. That was what I heard the whole thing was, which would make complete sense to me. And everyone, like, majority of people fell for it. So, yeah, they... Yeah, but it's just like everybody, like, to me, because Apollo is arguably the most popular god, let's just be honest, like, he really is. I feel like even in pagan circles, he's probably at the top some of the goddesses are, but Apollo is extremely popular. So to me, it just kind of felt like a lot of people were just going by their own frame of reference and wanting to be part of the drama instead of it really being a thing that was happening. So the whole thing is like, this is like lacking a lot of critical thinking. And I think it's also like reacting without thinking beforehand. And I think that's definitely a problem. Well, the internet as a whole. but definitely in the community where people react before they think about what's actually going on. And then people also get swept up in the anger and the outrage of other people, and I think they feel like they have to be at that same level. So it was just kind of like, how can someone, especially mortals, how can mortals hex the moon when the moon is one of the biggest cleansing objects that we know of, that we have access to, right? Like, as witches, magical people, spiritual people, whatever you want to call it, we use the moon to cleanse ourselves, our objects. We use that energy to kind of cleanse the negativity. How can you hex a cleansing object? Especially, again, we are not at the same level as the moon. Yeah, it is a source of energy. And the whole too is there are how many moon deities that their energies are protecting the moon? How can a mortal, even if a bunch of mortals get together, and in this case it was also beginner witches it was said that it was beginner witches that were the ones doing it. How is that possible? It's not. You know, and the whole thing with the Fae, like, I don't know much about the Fae because I don't fuck with the Fae. I just don't fuck with the Fae. But the idea too of like the Fae as a whole, that just seems way too great for a bunch of beginner witches to do. Not to mention, I feel like hexing the Fae is equivalent to taking a fork and sticking it in an electric socket and think that the electric socket is the one that's going to get hurt. You know what I mean? Like, that's just, so it's just not, it's all not, it's just not possible. And even if it was, let's just imagine. I kind of think that the gods and the Fae have it under control, and they wouldn't need us to be so, you know, sitting there on like Tumblr and TikTok and Twitter being like, oh, they're pissed, da 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 da. You know, I don't think, like, what is that going to do? Like, how is that going to help anything? Okay, thank you. Aiden, thank you. Thank you, because that's exactly what I was saying too. I was like, do you not see 2020? Like, do we not see what's going on right now? But you want to think that the gods are literally like sobbing over something that can't happen, and that isn't even good, that can't happen, that's not going to have an effect at all. It's like when an ant crawls on you, you know, that's like, it's not even that equivalent. It's like if a speck of dust falls on you is the equivalent of, you know, trying to hex the moon. So, but the whole thing, see, this is my thing too with the whole gods thing, bringing the gods into it. This is where I had the most problem, and I was getting really angry. I had to stop myself, and my friends can tell you, because I was like, what the hell? So the thing is regardless of what anyone wants to believe about whether the gods were really upset or not, what use is it to say it for everyone to see? What purpose does that serve? You know, because actually it only served to fuel the entire outrage and just ridiculousness ridiculousness that was going on, because people were getting scared that the gods were going to, you know, punish everybody, because apparently, you know, that's what gods do. You know, if anyone's getting punished, it would have been the people that did wrong, you know? That, and it made the Hexers look more powerful and important than they were. Because when you're saying that a mortal can affect the gods like that, especially with something that just isn't real, that it affects the gods like that, that is making that person seem real freaking important, as opposed to them just being unbothered by it. Oh, yeah, Hex the Moon. They shared the Hexing the Moon and Fae drama. But yeah, so it only makes it seem like these people are actually really powerful, that they can incite a response like that from the divine, that their actions are that, like, that, you know, that important, that powerful, whatever. It's really just, it bothered me, because it was, especially because it was like, that's not the experience that I had. Let me tell you about the experience that I had. So I have a very close relationship with Apollo, and I've been working with Artemis. So when I first heard about it, I felt Apollo, and he literally, I felt an eye roll. He was just like, and I just left, and I was like, okay. But then I was like, well, maybe I'm being biased, because that's my reaction to this. So then the next day, when I was doing my morning routine, which is usually involved with me kind of spending time with them in the morning to, like, you know, figure out what I'm going to do for the day and whatever, I decided that I was going to actually kind of, like, really talk to them about it, specifically, you know, him and Artemis. And they were both, like, very dismissive, like, and almost annoyed that I was even bothering them with that. Like it was very much like a feeling of, what, who cares? We have other things to do right now. We have to work, like, focus on your things that we're in the middle of doing right now. Like, that's, like, they just were so unbothered by it. And this was before I knew it was all fake. So, yeah, okay, thank you. Face palms. Yeah, Apollo was laughing. Okay, good. Yeah, I know a lot of people. Yeah, like, they were very unbothered by the whole thing. And then it came out that it was fake. So then it was like, so, you know, like, that outrage was for nothing. And it was so ridiculous. Like, it was so ridiculous, and it was just so unnecessary. All of it was just so unnecessary. And to me, it just kind of, like, highlighted this kind of just this thing, especially with witch talk. Why are we even paying attention to witch talk at this point? You know, like, why are we even, I feel like witch talk, we have established that witch talk is full of a lot of just ridiculous stuff, right? And a lot of inaccuracies, a lot of people with cult-like behavior, a lot of mean people. Like, we've kind of established that it's not a good place to actually really, there are some people, you know, and if you can handle the bullshit, then yeah, by all means, go hang out on Witch Talk and find the good people and everything. But if you can't handle the bullshit, then stay off of it. You're not missing anything, you know? But it's like the part that gets me is that people take what's on Witch Talk and they bring it to other social medias. Like, I'm not on TikTok at all. I don't have a TikTok. I've never had a TikTok. People just send me. I find out about things because people tell me about it. But it's like, why? Why don't we just... My analogy, and my fellow Americans will understand this analogy, and I apologize for the people who live in this state, but you know what state you live in. Why don't we treat Witch Talk like America treats Florida? Right? Where we just leave what's in Florida in Florida. You know, like, things happen and we're just like, well, that's Florida, you know, and then we go about our business. It's not like this whole big outrage thing. It's not this whole big outrage. Like, no, we are not surprised anymore. When things happen in Florida, we're like, and I say this as a New Yorker, where probably one of the reasons Florida is the way that it is because like half of New Yorkers end up in Florida. So you know what? Like, I'm not sitting here on my high horse, even though us New Yorkers do like to sit on our high horse, but it's the truth. We are not surprised when things happen in Florida because we're like, well, that's Florida. And then we move on with our lives. Why are we not treating Witch Talk like that? You know, why are we not just like, oh, Witch Talk, you know? Nice to see that you haven't learned or haven't changed, you know? It's nice that there's some consistency in my life right now. And just move on. Like, why do we keep having to take whatever is happening in Witch Talk and then sit there and, like, get angry about it in, you know, on Tumblr or on Twitter or in Discord servers or wherever? Like, why do we need to do that? Because it's just, was my takeaway from this. And it was a lesson that Apollo was telling me, and I want to share it with everybody. The lesson that I learned from this whole drama is that our energy is our power. And where we put our energy is where we put our power. So you have to be mindful of where you're putting your energy. And in this case, we're seeing so many people put their energy into this stupid drama, and it got powerful. It turned into something monstrous that it never needed to be, but it was because everybody gave it their power, basically. You know, and this isn't even just like a magical thing. This is just how life works. Like, when you want to do something, like you want to learn to play an instrument, you put your energy into it, and then what ends up happening? You end up being able to play that instrument because you're putting your power into it. And that's just, for me, I was kind of like, I am just so over. We're talking about the Hexing the Moon drama. So I feel like we as a community, I mean, the internet does it as a whole, but in the community, we give so much of our energy to just people and situations that don't deserve it. You know what I mean? I feel like we just need to focus more on the things that empower us and the things that empower our community, the things that help each other, the things that spread positivity, instead of focusing so much on just this dumb shit that's going to be over. You know, it's pretty much over now. where now it's just the little remnants of us kind of like going over it again. But that whole weekend was just wasted, talking about something that turned out not even to be real. Exactly. It is. Giving something your time is a form of love and devotion. Focus on your deities and your practice and how that improves your life. Don't devote yourself to toxicity. Very well said, Aiden. Yes. So that's exactly right. Focus on the stuff that's, and this isn't me on my like preaching to anyone. This is, like I said, Apollo, it was telling me this because this is something I struggle with as well, which is why I actually struggled a little bit of whether to do this live, because I was like, well, is that giving into the negativity? And I was like, but it's, as long as I'm not just sitting here like ranting for no reason, it's just kind of helping to acknowledge certain things and address certain behaviors. But I kind of don't want to, especially because like I'm 32 now. I am way too old to be getting involved in some of this drama. That's another reason why I created my website, because honestly, I can't deal anymore with some of just the pointless drama that pops up on social media sites. I'm like, I just want to talk about the gods. I want to talk about my religion and how much I love it. I want to listen to experiences of others. I want to share my experiences. I want us to have discussions about the things that we're reading, what we're learning, help educate each other. Like, that's what I want to do. I don't want to deal with all of this toxicity and negativity, especially because most of it is coming from a place of people just wanting your energy. That's what they want. They want your attention. They want your energy. They want to cause problems. It's that idea of kind of like making a name for yourself by any means necessary. Some people just like stirring the pot. Some people just, some people just have their own shadow that they're not dealing with, and they kind of take it out on everyone around them. And you're just kind of getting yourself lost in their shit when you feed into it. Aw, thank you. Yeah, I did. I created a website. It's at the top of the chat. teawiththegods.wordpress.com. But I'm gonna make like a big I'm gonna post it all on my social medias too. So I just wanted you all to hear about it first. Aww. Okay. But yeah, so I just really want everyone, I think the takeaway from the ridiculousness is to be mindful of where you're putting your energy and really try to put your energy into stuff that empowers you, that makes you feel good, that helps you, that benefits you. And also try not to react. Don't have, we love him here. We love him so much, but that Aries energy will get you in trouble. That whole impulsive, reactionary energy, going all in, that's, unfortunately, it's kind of best on the internet not to have that energy and to have more of like an Apollo energy where you actually like sit back and think first, and gather maybe more information before you immediately have a reaction to it. Try not to get swept up in everybody else's emotions. Yes, post stuff. Aw, you all are the best. Aw, thank you so much, Lady Lilac. I hope I wish you all the best on your journey. And actually, you kind of started too at a good time, because a lot of my posts on my website are going to be geared towards those just starting out. So, exactly. Thank you. I like your name. Life's good, but I like crying. That's perfect. But yeah, you can't devote yourself to every controversy, or you'll never have any time for anything good. So freaking true. It's so true. You know, and the thing is too, is it's like, you absorb that energy. You know, it's the same thing of, I had to learn this in therapy because I didn't realize I was doing it, but you know, the energy that you absorb and the thoughts that you absorb and that you have just affects how you see yourself, how you interact with everybody, just your life in general. You know, if you have this very negative sense of self, or all you're putting out is negativity and you're just absorbing negativity, then that's just how you're going to approach a lot of things, is with negativity. And it's kind of actually one of the reasons I personally, even though I am pro cursing in the idea that I believe that everybody has the choice and the freedom to do what they want, I personally don't curse or hex or do really any baneful magic, because for me, it's not healthy. For me, if I'm using my energy and my magic in a very negative way, it's going to affect me. It's going to just inspire more negativity in me. So instead, I like to use my energy and my magic, instead of, you know, getting revenge on other people, it's to either like to uplift myself, to heal myself or others. That's like what I like to do. So it's the same idea of like putting your energy into more positivity to not inspire more negativity. Yeah, exactly. You have to know yourself. You know, and that's a I'm like, oh, that's a Delphic Maxim. Good job, Jesse. You have to know yourself. You have to know how you operate and how things impact you. And that's like a lot of how we interact with the gods and how we do magic and everything. It really kind of comes back to ourselves and how we absorb things, how we manage our mental illnesses, how we, you know, like our own trauma, our own shadow, all of that can affect so much, that I think so much more than people realize. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. If you want to post a link to your blog, you could post a link to your blog. Yeah, everyone should, everyone should share your experiences. Being woke and understanding the issues of anything really is different from putting all your energy into something broken. So true. Exactly. And especially because it's we only have so much energy. You know, we don't have an infinite amount of energy. And for some of us, we don't even have, we have reasons to have very low energy. So our energy is very precious, and we need to start treating it more like that. And, you know, a lot of these just petty, trivial, you know, drama stuff on the internet is not worth the energy, because there are more important things to be fighting. You know, as we talked about in my last live stream, you know, fighting against racism and fighting against transphobia and fighting against inequality in general and bigotry in general and all of these, like, that's, you know, we have a pandemic going on, you know, having to fucking fight people who are pissy because they have to wear masks. Like, I'm not gonna get I ranted about that already, but there's so much. I kind of was hoping that maybe 2020 would have opened people's eyes to that there is more important things for us to be fighting than each other on the internet over dumb shit. You know what I mean? So, exactly. Like, and it's like, why get yourself all worked up over something that in the end of the day, it's not, again, this hexing the moon thing, there was no, what was the consequence? There was no, like, what was the consequence if we all just ignored it? It would have just gone away into obscurity, you know? So, yeah, that's my whole rant about that. I kind of just encourage everyone to start being just more mindful of where you put your energy, and also just understand that you don't have to get wrapped up in the drama. That just because everybody else is freaking out and angry and upset and whatever doesn't mean you have to. You know, I really encourage you to take a step back and just kind of think about the situation and think about if it's worth your time and energy. You know, I think a lot of people wanted to be part of it. I think a lot of people wanted to either showcase or feel a connection to their gods. So that's why a lot of people maybe were saying, oh, yeah, like if one person said, oh, Apollo's pissed, maybe other Apollo worshippers or followers felt like they had to say something because then it may make them look bad. I think maybe some people were also reading their own energy. As I said, when, you know, he did the eye roll for me, I thought maybe that was me. And I asked again, and I got the same response, pretty much. I think some people maybe were reading their own energy. And because they were so worked up, they didn't really think about it. So they just immediately were like, yes, he's upset. Or, so, you know, I really think it was just a lot of people got swept up in the drama. And I just kind of that I think is what we have to not do, is not get swept up. What are you guys talking about? Who's talking about them being in the government? Oh, Apollo. Honestly, Apollo would be the VP. Zeus would be the president. Zeus is the one you want to be the president. That's who you want, and Apollo would be his VP. Or Athena would be the VP, and like Apollo would be like Secretary of State. No, I'm telling you all, you want it to be Zeus. I'm telling you all, you want it to be Zeus. Zeus is the one you want to be the president. I mean, he's literally the president of, like, he's been doing that job for his entire life. So, yeah, Zeus is the one. Anyway, so let's move on. You guys can keep talking about that as much as you want. Oh. Hold on. Let's talk about, I feel like I kind of clickbaited people with this. If you saw my post on Tumblr, I kind of think I kind of clickbaited people with this. Me talking about pendulum readings with deities. I want to be clear that I am not judging, or this isn't about pendulum readings as a whole. No, this is about people who use it wrong. Because I've been noticing that people use pendulum readings with deities wrong. And it's annoying me. It's annoying me. So I kind of wanted to address it. Okay, so pendulum readings. I've been noticing that people have been using their readings with deities as a way kind of to pass judgments about other deities. So they may ask, Hera how she feels about Zeus, or they may ask Persephone how she feels about Hades. They may, ask Aphrodite how she feels about Persephone, or even ask, just ask them basic things that you should be researching, that it shouldn't be on your, it's going to sound mean, but your rock on a string. And they'll say that, and then whatever answer they get, then they will take that and they will treat it as its fact. They'll treat it as fact. Oh, well, my pendulum, I did a pendulum reading with Persephone, and she said that her and Hades aren't actually married, and she gets mad when people think that they're married. Or Hera doesn't like Zeus at all. And then they'll use this, instead of it just being like a, at the end of the day, I don't really care what anyone does in their personal worship. Whatever. If that's how you want to operate, go right ahead. But where I get pissed is when they treat that like they have any right to tell other people what to do. So then they say, so you can't see Hades and Persephone as married, or you can't worship Zeus, or you shouldn't worship Zeus at all, because my rock on a chain told me that you can't, basically. And it's so infuriating to me, because the number one thing that pisses me off the most is when people gatekeep the gods, or they put up barriers, especially when they're not real, they're fake and inaccurate. They put up these barriers between potential worshipers and the gods. That's where I get pissed, because now you are stepping into hubris territory. Outright hubris. Yeah, exactly. That's my point, is people are treating it like fact. Like, if you don't, because honestly for me, and I'm trying to say this in a way that it doesn't come off like I think people like that are not doing their research, obviously. And a lot of it is because of laziness. So it's actually not surprising, because not that pendulum readings are necessarily easy, but I think for someone who's lazy enough to not want to do their own research, it seems like the easiest thing to do. You just hold it like this, when in reality there is more to it than that, especially because pendulums, out of probably most of divination methods, can really be affected by your own energy. If you haven't learned how energy works and how to not have your energy influencing your readings, then your readings are going to be completely off, because whatever you're feeling is what's going to come through. So if you don't like Zeus, when you ask Hera, do you like Zeus? Your reading is going to reflect what you think, not necessarily what Hera thinks. So now you're just passing off your own bias as some kind of divine, like you're a prophet, and Hera spoke onto you that Zeus is a shithead and no one should be worshiping him. Sorry, Zeus. You know I love you. And it's just so, that frustrates me, because the thing is, what I do what I do because the gods and Hellenic polytheism literally saved my life. You could think that's dramatic, but they saved my life. I am in a completely different place now thanks to the gods. I am happier, I'm healthier, I'm optimistic, I'm positive, I look forward to my future instead of thinking I didn't have one. I actually face my fears head on. I face my anxieties head on. I work hard to better myself every single day and to keep fighting. And it's because of them. So I do what I do because I want all of you to experience that also. And everybody else who is where I was, or even worse. I want other people to be able to get that, to have that experience, to be able to maybe be saved, or to at least start healing, to feel better. That's what I want. Because I feel like it's really fucking shitty to experience that, but then to prevent other people from experiencing that, like that's messed up. And I don't know if these people realize, they probably don't even realize it, which is a problem in itself, because this isn't being treated like a religion. It's being treated like a freaking fandom. That's what it's being treated as. And I hate it. I honestly hate it. Because this is so important to people. It's not just a little trend that we're all going to be talking about, and then, when the next thing comes along, we're moving on. No, this is my life. This is part of who I am. It's part of my identity. It is my lifeline. Like, if I didn't have this, I don't know where I would be. And people who are thinking that they are special enough or better than everyone enough, where their divination method, whatever it is, their divination method was enough and like their skills and the gods look at them so well that they're going to pass on information that apparently the rest of us don't know about, that's enough to be able to tell other people what they can and can't do, and to deny the gods worshipers, to deny them the ability to help other people. Because my gods love helping people. They love helping mortals. That's always the energy I've gotten from them is that they want to help us. They love helping us. So you're just denying the gods, and you're denying people. And it's I'm getting angry. It frustrates me. Because again, it's like there's a complete lack of research here. I have no problem if Zeus makes you uncomfortable. If his myths and his energy, something about him, it's just doesn't vibe with you, or you're not okay, you don't have to worship him. But you should respect him enough not to trash him, and B, you don't have the right to tell other people not to work with him. And that goes for any of the gods. You have no right to do that. It's up to everybody else to decide what they want to do. Just because you have issues with Zeus does not give you any right to tell other people that they can't or they shouldn't worship Zeus. And this leads to another issue that I've been seeing, again, showing that this is treated like a fandom more so than a religion, is how I don't understand this concept of worshiping at least one member of the pantheon, of the Hellenic pantheon, and being awful to one of the other members. Like, I don't understand that whatsoever. Like, you think the gods are okay with that? It gets under my skin because I don't understand it. I don't understand how you can't, and normally I don't do the whole you can't do this, you can't, but I'm sorry, you can't be a Hellenic polytheist and act like that. Because you don't have to worship everybody in the pantheon. You don't have to have a relationship, but you should respect them enough not to go around trashing them or bashing them. You know? Yeah, like, you know, it's one thing when it's people who don't worship the gods, like, whatever. I don't really care about people who aren't Hellenic polytheists or who don't worship the gods. It's the people who do that get me, because I don't get it. And like, what gives you the right to do that? And again, it just proves more that people aren't researching. Because if you're researching and actually looking into the things that you're supposed to be looking into, then you would understand how this religion works. And the whole thing, too, like I said, one of my favorite topic lines I said is, the gods are not K-pop idols, and you are not their Twitter stans. Because that's how I feel like some of them act, where, you know, they have their bias, you know, their favorite, and then they proceed to bash the other gods in order to make their god look superior. This happens a lot, and I said Zeus is going to be the topic throughout a lot of these. This happens a lot with Hades and Zeus. And also Poseidon, where everybody wants to be like, oh my god, Hades is so unproblematic, he's the best. Unlike his brothers, who are, you know, they're awful and they're cheaters and they're misogynists and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, first off, you are completely reimagining Hades' mythology. Because Hades' mythology could be read as extremely problematic, and it does get read as extremely problematic, but you are deciding to reimagine it in a more, like, either you're going to villainize Demeter, or we're going to make it more of like a, you know, a blossoming story for Persephone, but either way, it turns into like a love story between Persephone and Hades. And then also even some of the other gods, some of Apollo's myths aren't that unproblematic. But, you know, he's pretty, so people let him off the hook. They have no problem reimagining the mythology for the god that they want to sleep with. Yeah, I said it. The god that they have a crush on. because, again, they're treating them like K-pop idols. They have no problem finding excuses and reimagining the mythology for them, but they won't do it for Zeus or Poseidon. It's hypocritical, and it pisses me off, because it's like, you just are having double standards now, and you're picking and choosing, and it's just because these are your biases and your faves, so you want them to look better, when in reality, not a lot of the gods. You know who else? Oh, you know who else doesn't have the best mythology either? Athena, but Athena gets looked at as like a feminist icon, when in reality, Ares was the feminist icon. Athena was much more kind of misogynistic. Athena didn't really like women. She did not. But that was because this is how the ancient Greeks, told these stories and these narratives and everything through their mythology. But again, this just shows that people, they're not researching, they're not going past mythology, and they're also just going by whatever they want, whatever proves their point. When, at the end of the day, none of the gods are really that. Most of the gods are problematic in mythology, because the ancient Greeks were problematic in terms of modern ideals and modern views. So that's how it is. And me and Ayla were talking about this, and Ayla made a great point, is it's also not fair to compare specifically Zeus and Hades, because there's not stories about Hades. We get pretty much the one, which is the Persephone myth. And it's because the Greeks feared Hades. The Greeks were afraid of death. That was like their biggest fear, was death. So they didn't write stories about him because they were afraid of him and they didn't want to invoke him. But on the reverse side, there is a shit ton of Zeus mythology, which showcases they weren't as afraid of him as they were with Hades. They actually felt comfortable to write these stories about him. Doesn't that show how the Greeks felt about Zeus? That they loved him and that they looked at him fondly? Yeah, but guess what? When you're not doing your research, you don't freaking know that. And instead, you're just spewing all this hatred about the gods. Yeah, they're just, it bothers me, because it's like they're all, in some regards, problematic. So you can't sit there and absolve one of their problematic mythology and not everybody else along with them. You can't. It's just, you're just showing your bias. And at least just fucking say that. I would have more respect if they were just like, I don't want to sleep with Zeus. I want to sleep with Hades, so that's why. I would be like, you know what? You're honest. I respect that. But yeah. Exactly. You're right, Sophia. They do. They treat them like but it's so funny, even with the Iliad and the Odyssey, because I actually reread them these past few months. And it's funny because I did notice a lot of where people's misconceptions of the deities come from. And I'm like, it's Homer. Fucking Homer did it. But they also ignore some things that are featured in Homer. Like, the one that I always love using is when people love to call Aphrodite petty and jealous. And I'm like, did you all just ignore in the Iliad when she helped Hera out without question, despite the fact that Hera was on the opposite side of her in the Trojan War, and Hera, along with Athena, was mocking Aphrodite when she got hurt by Diomedes on the battlefield. Like, they were making fun of her for even being on the battlefield to begin with. Yet when Hera came up to her and asked for her help, Aphrodite, without question, without hesitation, was like, here, take my girdle, go do what you have to do, and was so nice. But no, she's petty and jealous. Again, but this is my whole thing. People are picking and choosing what it is that proves what they believe instead of just, again, I don't have a problem with people having their own beliefs. It's when they try to preach their beliefs as the only way, you know, that this is the way that it is, or they use it to manipulate or get other people to do certain things. That's where I draw the line. Like, believe whatever you want, because, you know, Hellenic polytheism is a complicated religion. It's always been complicated because even in ancient Greece, they had different beliefs on the gods and how the gods worked and what they did and what they didn't do and what their powers were and what their limits were and this and, you know, how they interact with humans. And there's so many varying beliefs. And the thing is, we also don't have, they never had like a sacred text or this, you know, these doctrines that were just like, this is what you do, like the Bible, you know, they never had that. So it's like, because a lot of things, it was just kind of like known, you know, they were just like, this is just what you do. And also different city-states did different things and worshipped and honored different gods and had different festivals and did things differently depending on, you know, and the time periods were all different. So there wasn't a full, like, they weren't all homogenous. So it's kind of like to say that there is one way to do things is completely inaccurate, even from a traditional standpoint. Yeah, exactly. You know, and it does. And there are different traditions. Like there's the Orphic traditions. That's different. So and it also depends on what gods you worship too. It's all, that's my point. I mean, my overall thing is just, I believe what you want. I never, like, if someone wants to believe certain things, I don't agree with it, whatever. It's when people start passing their beliefs as truths or as, you know, the one true way to do things, or that, you know, because to me, that's, not only is it inaccurate, but it's, in a way, it's kind of hubris, because you're sitting there and saying, in a religion that really doesn't have one true way, you're acting like you're the keeper of the one true way. And again, that's kind of going, like, you above everybody else knows what the gods want. And that's hubris, because that's pride, that's arrogance, to think that you know that much. Yep. Well, that's a good way to say it. Eden's on fire, man. You're on fire. Your beliefs can be your truth, but they aren't the truth. I freaking love that. Yes. That's a nice way, like a more condensed way to say it than all my rambling. Exactly. And then we also have to remember that the gods were worshipped not just on the main peninsula. They were worshipped all around the Mediterranean by different cultures, and the Greeks were in different like colonies around. So it was like there was a lot of variation to how the gods were worshipped and what the Greeks believed. Because like you'll even see throughout, like, as you, again, this is why studying, in my blog post, I talk about this and the idea that I actually look at Hellenic polytheism as not just a religion, but it's a study. Because in a way, that's what it is. When you decide to become a Hellenic polytheist, you're kind of making a commitment to learn as much as you can about it. You're kind of, I compared it to declaring a major in college, you know, where you're like, I'm going to dedicate myself to learning as much as I can about this area of, you know, this specific area. And that's kind of what becoming a Hellenic polytheist is about, because it's not just the mythology, and it's not even just the religion, like learning how the ancient Greeks went about their religion, but it is also their history and their culture, because that informs, you know, everything. They're all everything, all of them inform each other. The history, the culture, their beliefs, their values, the religion, they're all connected and they inform each other. So it's kind of like when you learn, a perfect example is when people say modern Greeks can worship, or people Greek heritage or whatever can worship the Greek gods. If you understand ancient Greek history, you would know that that's not true, because the Greeks had no problem and very much loved sharing their culture with everybody, because they saw themselves as like, you know, we're the civilized people and everyone else is barbarians. Here, barbarians come and, you know, let us make you civilized, you know. They loved sharing their culture and their gods. The gods were also all over the Mediterranean and even further. You find temples in Libya. You find temples in modern Turkey. You find temples for the gods in Sicily, and they're all over. So, you know, like, that's not fair to the places and those cultures that, you know, have a history with the Greek gods as well. So, and not to mention also the idea that it's believed that some of the gods did come from other cultures, and that it's believed even in some of the mythology that they say that certain gods came from the East, you know, that they're Eastern gods, or they came from even Africa, you know, like they're some of that is even built into the mythology, or they believed things like that. So it's, again, when you understand the history, then you know when people are saying that, you can go, that's not true, because I did my research. So, yeah, like it was all over the place. But see, that's why it's important to learn more than just the mythology and even the ancient Greek religion, like the way that they practiced it, and actually look at the history and their values and their culture and all that, because it's just a lot of it all informs each other, especially the mythology. When you understand the ancient Greeks, you completely see mythology in the way that it's supposed to be seen. You know, I always say that mythology says more about the ancient Greeks than it does the gods. And it does, because you see what the Greeks valued and what the Greeks believed, what was important to them in the mythology. It really doesn't have anything to do with the gods. The gods just are kind of there as characters to tell these stories. You know, it's not really supposed to say what the Greeks as a whole thought of these gods. Because that, you know, when you look at their epithets and you look at their festivals and you look at what people wrote about them, you see, like, none of that is in the mythology. You're like, none of that's there. Or it is, but because we have our own biases as modern, you know, in them being modern people, we don't see it that way. You know, we'll look at something and we'll be like, no, that's wrong, when for them it's not. Like the whole Persephone being kidnapped, to the Greeks, that there was nothing wrong with that. Hades was well in his right because he asked Zeus, and Zeus, being Persephone's father, gave him permission, so everything was, legally binding. It was fine. It was all legal. It was all done legally. And they'd have no problem with that. While for us, we're like, the frick is happening here? Like, this is not okay. But that's because we're looking at it through our modern views. They really are the gods. Yeah, they are pretty much the gods of the Mediterranean. Because I've been diving more into ancient Greek history, and I was learning about how, they don't really teach you this like that much. Is the Greeks didn't stay on the mainland Greece. They went on. Colonize isn't the correct word, because it's not like they went off and conquered. They didn't. They just found land elsewhere and decided to start making, little, I guess, colonies, but, like little towns or whatever there. And they did that. And this is why I get happy, because my family's from southern Italy, pretty much like exclusively from southern Italy and Sicily. But the Greeks occupied so much of southern Italy that when the Romans came from the north and went to they called southern Italy, they called it Great Greece, because it was all basically just Greeks there. And Sicily, a big part of Sicily, was colonized by the Greeks, where you then think you can go there and see temples and everything. But yeah, so they actually were all over the Mediterranean. They had their own little colonies all around the Mediterranean. So yeah, the gods were all over the place. And they seem to also kind of have this belief that the gods that the gods about the Egyptian gods, but the Egyptian gods were just their gods that looked differently or had different names. So it was kind of like they just, and they were fine with that, by the way. They were fine with that. So yeah, they're definitely a lot more chill than people are today about things, I feel like. Oh, Knox, if you need, you should go to sleep. This will be here for you to watch. I don't mess with Rome, but I do believe that I've kind of come to the conclusion that the Roman gods are different than the Greek gods, because I have my own experiences with it. So I believe that they're separate. Also, I've never been interested in Rome ever. Actually, I joke that I have a vendetta against Rome because I love ancient Greece so much that I got angry when when I was in school, because it was always, we talk about Greece and then we talk about Rome. And so I always, in my mind, just associated Rome with, now I don't get to talk about Greece anymore. So I'm always associated with that. So I'm frickin' Rome, taking Greece away from me. So I always have a little vendetta against Rome, but I just don't vibe with it at all. So I just kind of people always ask me about Rome and its relations, the Roman gods. And I just am I don't care. I don't think too much about it because I don't care, because I've always been about ancient Greece. That has always been my love. And so I just never, but I think if I was to give an answer. Like, I've gone back and forth on it, and I think now I'm confident in the idea that they're separate. The thing that I like, the only thing I did like about Rome was the emperors, because they have some like whack stories. Like freaking Caligula. Oh man. But they had some like, and the best is like you don't know how much of it was true or how much of it was like people doing smear campaigns against them. But yeah, so all right, what else did I want to talk about? It's not in Rome. All right, the title. I should probably do the title. I kind of been talking about. That's mainly this whole thing is laziness, disrespect, and hubris. I do think there is a laziness. You know, I tried not to, because a lot of people talked about it, and I kind of wanted to give people the benefit of the doubt. And now I'm like, no, a lot of people are just lazy. They're just lazy. Mars is actually like, yeah. Mars is definitely very different from Aries. And he was actually also more loved by the Romans than the Greeks loved Aries. No, it is not lazy to make a ritual on Sims. No, that is not lazy at all. No, the ways in which you choose to worship, that's not lazy. What's lazy is when you don't do the proper research that you need to do. Where you just are like, because you're like, well, I don't wanna, you know? Mm-hmm. Exactly, it is. It's innovation, abso-fucking-lutely. That's just taking the religion into the modern world. That's not lazy. That's wonderful. Yes, it does say dead tired. Figured it's appropriate because I'm dead tired of the bullshit. Oh my god. Gretchen Wieners. Just kill Caesar! So good. Yeah, absolutely. There's 100% a difference between being low on spoons and being lazy. There is a difference. Because it's all about making an effort, really. Because when you're low on spoons, you know, you don't have to you can do a little bit. Because the thing is people, when it comes to research, and again, I talk about this in the post I'm going to put on my blog, but people think research is like, they do kind of compare, like think of school, when it's like the benefit of all of this is that it's not school in that there's no deadlines, there's no due dates, there's no grades. So you can work at your own pace and you can work towards your own goals. You know what I mean? So it's like, if you can only read a page of something, then that's fine. You know, take your time working through a book. Or this is a thing, because I notice I do this, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, especially with the academic books and articles and everything. I know my brain tells me you need to read all of it. And then what ends up happening is I don't read it, or I like struggle through it, because my brain is like, what I really want is this one part. I want to get to this one chapter, or this one, you know, because it's like a certain thing that I'm really interested in learning. But my brain is like, no, you have to read the whole thing. Because what if you're missing out on something really important? But at the same, I'm like, but as I'm reading, I'm like, this is boring. This isn't what I want to read. This is what I read. just jump ahead to whatever it is you want to learn. You know what I mean? Like for example, I have this book. By the way, you want to learn about Socrates, is a great book. The Religion of Socrates. This book, like, what if all I wanted to know is about Socrates and how he felt about those that accused him, right? This one of the chapter in the middle is Socrates and his accusers. Instead of having to sit through and read through Socrates and piety, I should just jump to the chapter that I really want to read. I have the book, so I can go back to any other chapters whenever I want to. You know, I know, like, I that's something that I'm trying to be better with, because it's been preventing me from working through books, because I'm just like, ugh. The chapter that I'm working through is so boring. I just want to get to this chapter. And it's like, just read the chapter you want to read, you know? There's no rules to this. The fact is that you're just doing it. That's the point, is that you're doing it. Even if it freaking takes you the entire month to get through one book, it doesn't freaking matter. Because the point, too, of Hellenic polytheism is that there is no fixed destination. You're never going to learn everything there is to know. But, especially because they find out new stuff all the time. But, so it's not about it's just learning whatever you can, you know? Yeah, it's just like you could just skip ahead. There are no rules to this. You just do whatever it is that works for you. You know, read what you want to read, too. I've discovered so much cool stuff researching. And honestly, researching is one of, like, my main ways I bond with the gods. Because when I read things about them, like, it just makes me so happy when I find out certain things that I didn't know. Like, I remember when I found out Artemis was the goddess of dance. I was like, Artemis, you dance? Like, that's adorable. I love it. I want to see it, you know? And it's like, or reading about Socrates? Oh my goodness. That's been mind-blowing for me, because there's so many things that Socrates is saying that I'm like, I say that all the time. And people get mad at me for saying that. But Socrates said that. I'm not alone. You know, like, it's really, like, it's validating, too, having, you know, someone from ancient Greece actually, like, echoing the same stuff. Well, I'm technically echoing what he's saying, but we're saying the same things, even though we're in completely different, you know, we're in completely different generations and everything. And it's cool, too, with the philosophers, because it's like you get, I feel such a connection with them, because it's like they're doing the same thing that we're doing. They're trying to figure things out. They're trying to figure the gods out, you know, and they also love the gods. And so they're talking about their love for the gods. And then they're also arguing with each other over it all. And I'm like, this is exactly what we do. It's so it's kind of, like, interesting to see that, like, you know, at the end of the day, human beings haven't changed at all. Yes, Artemis got mad moves. It's like, you know, like, that's what I just, like, just follow your interests. Like, whatever you're thinking about, like, if you want to learn about the afterlife, look into the afterlife. You know, how the Greeks saw the afterlife. If you want to look into cults, like, look into the cults. You know, like, there's no rule to this. It's you do what you want to learn about. But the thing is that we have to research, you know, especially if people are going to sit there and act like they know what they're talking about. But that's another point, is learning things helps you notice the bullshit. As I said this before, but it's like that, it protects you. Because a lot of people, unfortunately, fall victim to these people that are like, oh, I know everything, or I know you don't, so you should listen to me. And this is how cults get started. And because, people blindly follow these people that tell them, who most likely use fear-mongering, where they say, oh, well, if you don't do it this way, you're going to upset the gods. And then that starts something, which that's what Witch Talk does a lot, from what I've heard. Witch Talk does a lot of that. And there's a lot of cult-like behavior on that platform. But this is like your greatest weapon against that is knowledge. It's knowing, so that like when those things come up, instead of being afraid, you go, no, that's someone who didn't do their research. That's why I haven't fallen, like, anytime people come to me and they're like, oh, so-and-so said da-da-da, and I say, okay, well, they're wrong and here's why. Because I've been doing my research. I've been doing my research since I was like 8 years old. But it's like, regardless, when you know, you're able to see the bullshit. You see right through it all, and you're like, oh, okay, no. And then the nice thing is you can also help other people and say, okay, no, that person is full of shit, because there's no one way to do this. Yeah, it's just, and that makes me so upset. It really does. That, again, because it goes back to that idea of putting up barriers between worshippers and the gods. And Witch Talk does that all the time, because Witch Talk has like, a lot of them are very much like, the gods aren't your friends. The gods, the gods don't care about you. The gods, you can't have nicknames with them. You can't joke with them. And it's so like, it's just, it feels so empty. A lot of the things that I hear, what they're saying on Witch Talk, it feels so empty. I'm just like, why are you doing this then? If these gods are hurting you, these gods are jealous and petty and angry all the time, and you have to be afraid of them, and they're not friendly, and you can't, and they don't care about you. What's the point of worshiping them then? Like, if that was the case, I would stay a Catholic. Like, oh, Ayla's here. Hi, Ayla. I said Catholic and Ayla came like, yes. Because Ayla loves talking about how how a lot of people like to bring Catholic and Christian mindsets into things. Yeah. No, don't worry, Ayla. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. Like, for me, what I never liked about Catholicism, specifically because my family is Irish and Italian, so Catholic, I don't like people telling me what to do. I don't like these religious authorities that are like, well, this is how you interact with God, and this is what God wants. And I'm like, who are you? Like, who the frig are you? Like, you're just another human being like me. Like, yeah, maybe because you dedicated your life to this, there's the more things that you understand and know. But to sit there and act like I have no say and have no right to do my own thing, that always bothered me. Like, I'm like, no, I should be able to, this is so personal. Like, my spiritual self, that's me. And that's for me to figure out. Not for anyone else to tell me what to do. And I always felt that you needed, that your relationship with the divine was yours. And it was yours to do however you felt right to do. So for me, as I could never, and there was a lot of other things that I was just like, this doesn't make any sense, you know? I also don't like that they don't really allow questioning, and almost seems like at least for some people, it's like not interacting, like not having a relationship with science and pursuing knowledge. Basically everything. Like, Hellenic polytheism is so my religion because it is everything that I've ever wanted and things that I value and believe in, like the pursuit of knowledge, the importance of community, helping other people, having like your own relationship with the gods. Like, it's being, one with science instead of working against it. Like, it's everything that I love. So, and that's important to me. So it's like, that's how I see it, where people should be allowed to build their own practice. But in order to build your own practice, you have to understand, you still need to understand the traditions of it. I think one of the issues too is that, because we have Reconstructionists and we have Revivalists, I think you have the Reconstructionists who take it really far, where it's like, they think that that's the only way to worship the gods, and then they harass Revivalists. And then you have the extreme Revivalist side that think that I'm a Revivalist, so I don't need to research. I don't need to look at what the ancient Greeks did because I don't care. I'm a Revivalist. And it's like, no. Regardless of where you fall on the spectrum, you still need to research, because you can't build your own individual practice without understanding where it all comes from. You have to understand the traditions. You have to understand ancient Greece to know where you can begin adding modern elements to, like, and how that's respectful and that still stays true to the core of the religion. That's a good way of saying it, Richie. The idea that you need to know the rules before you break them. That's very true. That is true, Ayla. Yeah, lack of research is why some revivalists hate Zeus. Yeah, I was talking about my rants on Zeus and how people are very disrespectful to him because they don't do their research. Okay, Cords, I love you. Thanks for hanging out. I'll talk to you later. But yeah, like, again, it's just, I think it's the importance of research, ultimately. Like, that is that's the big takeaway here, is research is so important that everyone needs to be doing it, And honestly, like, I don't even think this is a problem just in the Hellenic polytheism community. I think it's a problem in the spiritual community as a whole, where, a lot of people just are using social media like Tumblr and Witch Talk and Twitter and all that to find information, and then they just kind of mimic what they see other people doing instead of actually, like, looking more and building a foundation of what your core beliefs are. And especially you see that in witchcraft a lot. Like, witchcraft is a little bit different in that it's very broad, but I think you need to have an understanding of how magic works, you know, and how you believe it works, and how things essentially are, you know, like what you're doing when you cast a spell. Like, what is it you're doing, you know, and the importance of it all. Why you use certain herbs over other ones, you know, why you use certain energies of the phase of the moon for certain things, you know, like understanding the basics of it. Yeah, it's hard because now witchcraft and like this kind of the spirituality is the mainstream, is part of the mainstream now, where it's the, I don't want to call it a trend, but I think for some people it is. It's like the hip cool thing to do. So unfortunately when that happens, there is a lot of more misinformation and just kind of very shallow stuff that gets put out. Like, I know I've been having a hard time finding, like, specifically, like, witchcraft books that don't all feel the exact same, where it's just that the same stuff that you can find if you scroll through, like, any witch's Tumblr, you know, like, all that kind of stuff, and have, like, so I've been actually using, because I've been wanting to understand more how, like, magic, because it wasn't really witchcraft, but, like, magic was viewed and used in ancient Greece. So I actually decided that I'm kind of exploring that, both just to understand it, especially because there's a lot of misinformation about it, because a lot of people say that you can't be a witch and a Hellenic polytheist. They try to preach that as like the truth, when that's not accurate. There were people who did, in ancient Greece, who did believe that witchcraft was disrespectful to the gods, or even that it wasn't like the people who like said that they were doing magic were actually just like charlatans, and you know, they were liars and cheats and everything, because you know that's God, like that's the power of the gods, and only the gods can do things like that. But then there were still people that were doing magic, so it's kind of like we're having the same argument today that they were having then. But I'm like looking more into it so that I can be able to talk about it and finally, hopefully, put it to rest for people. But also I decided I want to look into it to see about my own witchcraft, to see if there are things that I could combine with Hellenic polytheism and maybe like kind of advance my own craft. Yeah, a lot of people also see, like, that's funny. Like, people either think that like you can't be a witch and a Hellenic polytheist, or you have to be both Hellenic polytheist and a witch. And just because, yeah, so many people are both. But yeah, no, it's kind of like you do what you want. Because even like the term witch is very, it's about like you decide if that's the term you want to use. Some people don't, you know, want to use that word, even though what they're doing might fall under the umbrella of witchcraft. They don't want to be considered a witch. Because I know some people also were like, well, what about divination? Like, what if I use tarot cards to communicate with my deity? Am I a witch then? And it's like, no, you're only a witch if you say you're a witch. That's what it comes down to. You're a witch when you decide to take the title. You know, you can literally do a whole bunch of things, the same things that a witch does, but not take the title, because that's what it's about. You identify yourself however way you want to identify yourself. That's right, Sky. Well, thanks, Tony. Yeah, so you can do whatever. That's the thing. Like, in a lot of these circles, like the pagan and the witch, I mean, not all of them. Some of them there are strict things you have to follow and everything, depending on, but Hellenic polytheism specifically. And like eclectic witchcraft or whatever, you know, it's pretty much you build it yourself and you decide, you know, as long as you're not appropriating anything but that's again, you have to research stuff to know where things come from. I think that's another problem is, you know, why research is so important too, because it's when you know where things are coming from and you kind of prevent yourself from appropriating or you know, not staying in your lane or using the wrong terms. Like everybody loves to use smudge when it's like that's not the appropriate term to use. It's you're saging or you're cleansing, you're smoke cleansing, you know, because that's what you're actually doing, because smudging is the specific type of, you know, tradition that indigenous cultures did. That it's not just taking sage and just, you know, doing this. It's a whole ceremony. So it's not even that it's just appropriative, it's just not accurate. You know, so it's kind of like this is why more reasons why research is important. Yeah, because it all just comes down to what you want to call yourself. You know? You want to call yourself a witch, call yourself a witch. If you don't, then don't. You could still do witchcraft. You could still do divination and just be like, no, I'm not a witch. Why? Because I say so. That is true, Julia. That is very true. Yeah, me and Ayla talk about that. Ayla especially loves to make points about how there is totally witchcraft in Catholicism. I know, little dandelion. It's a lot of people also just don't want to listen when you bring it up. What else did I want to talk about? I kind of talked about it, except for talking about more about Zeus. Let me see what you have to say. But yeah, it does sound really fancy. Or even depending on like what you're using, like if you have a specific method, you know, like some people they call themselves tarot readers. I'm a tarot reader, you know, I'm an oracle reader, or I'm a scryer, you know. But again, this is why research is important. I'm just gonna keep saying that throughout the stream, but it seems like I don't need to say because like everyone seems to know. This is like the problem, you know. I mean, I don't know if the people who, you know, are watching and not commenting feel differently or who don't know certain things, but I always feel sometimes like I'm preaching to the choir. You know, like I'm like, is me ranting about these things doing anything, or am I just like, you know, talking to all the people who already know these things? Yeah, it's been really like, there's been a lot of like intense storms lately. I'm like, he's active, man. Yeah, it really is. Just everyone's just like, yep, same. Oh, no, that's right. Thank you, Courtney. That's perfect because Ayla's here. This is definitely a topic Ayla likes to talk about. Thank you, Courtney. Yeah, we didn't talk about the term baby witches and baby Hellenics or baby pagan, baby anything, and why we should stop using it. Oh, thank you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday. Happy late birthday. So yeah, the baby witch and baby Hellenic thing. So, I believe that we should stop using those terms. And not even just like us referring to beginners as babies, but even like referring to yourself. Because I know some people like to use the term for themselves. They're like, I'm a baby witch, I'm a baby Hellenic. But I actually want to encourage everyone to just stop using the terms completely. Because, first of all, it's infantilizing. Like, it really is. And I know maybe people don't think it is, but words have power. They absolutely have power. And when you refer to yourself as a baby, you're kind of putting out there to people, you know, I am not capable of thinking for myself. I'm not capable of, you know, yeah, basically I'm not capable of thinking for myself. I'm helpless. You know, you're kind of inviting in certain people to try and influence you or manipulate you or take control or take advantage of you. Because you're essentially, in a lot of ways, saying, you know, I don't know any better. Yeah, exactly. Like, I usually just like to say, like, I just started, I'm a beginner, or whatever. Exactly. It does. And it really does kind of set out, it really kind of puts out that energy, and it kind of almost puts out like a flare to people that like to mold or groom or manipulate and take advantage of. Because it is kind of, yeah, it's saying, I can't think for myself, I would like you to think for me. I want you to tell me what I should believe. And it also, in your mind, can create that, you know, there is a power dynamic in a lot of ways between people who are just starting out and people who do know more. You know, like, that as someone who is in a position a bit where people do look up to me, where people do come to me and ask me, you know, almost do ask me, what should I believe? Because that is essentially what a lot of people are doing. They might not say it in those terms, but in a lot of ways, it's like, I need you to tell me what to believe. I need you to tell me what I should do. And especially since there's a lot of people too that'll say, I have anxiety, I'm scared, I'm afraid, I'm worried. And that is all recipe for people to take advantage of. And there are people who will. I mean, we see it on Witch Talk all the time. You know, it happens. So when you have that mindset too, like, you're much more likely to kind of, like, you're kind of also saying to yourself, like, I don't know any better. This person knows more than me, so I should listen to whatever they're saying because I don't know. I'm a baby. I don't know. I don't know any better. I can't think for myself. So this person has been doing this longer than I have, so they know, so I should listen to them. You know, it really just kind of creates an environment for a lot of cult-like behavior and for people to take advantage of vulnerable, impressionable people. And it also, the question also comes in is, when do you stop being a baby witch? And I think when you say baby witch, there's essentially almost not an end to it. Because in reference to other people, you're kind of always going to seem like a baby. You know, and if you've created that idea in your mind that you don't know any better, you're always looking for other people to tell you what to do. So you're never actually learning to think for yourself and to sift through information yourself, think critically, you know, and make decisions and figure things out for yourself. You're constantly relying on other people. So you're kind of never actually getting out of that baby stage. You forever stay there. When you are a toddler witch. That's when you get out of the state, when you're a toddler witch. It's true, experience and knowledge are not directly correlated. Oh, you're welcome, Tony. I'm glad I could help. Yeah, like, yeah, exactly, Ayla. It's spirituality it really does require learning to trust yourself and your own intuition, which is why what I do is, and I always say this, that my role as, you know, whatever you want to call me, a priestess or just someone to look up to or a spiritual leader, whatever it is, however you want to look at me as, you know, someone that, you know, maybe, yeah, someone you look up to, someone to get advice from, whatever. My role has always been to teach people to not need me anymore. You know, I don't want all of you to rely on me. I don't want everyone to rely on me. I want it to be that, you know, when stuff comes up, you go, well, what do I want to do? Or what do I think? Or, you know, maybe I'll look more into this, you know, and not immediately be, well, let me ask Jesse or let me ask somebody else. You know, to me, it's almost like it's kind of like being a parent. I explain it that way. It's like being a parent where the point of parenting is to have your kids not need you at some point. You know, you want them to be able to be adults and independent and self-sufficient and not rely so heavily on you, to be confident in their own abilities and their own capabilities, you know, and to be able to create their own life that makes them happy. It's kind of the same thing, you know, like it should always be when someone is interacting with a beginner witch or a beginner Hellenic or beginner anything, it should not be about, well, how can I manipulate this person? Or, you know, how can I keep this person always looking up to me or whatever? It should always be about guiding them in a direction and helping them gain the confidence to be able to do things for themselves, to trust themselves and their own intuition, their own instincts, to be able to have conversations with the gods without a need of you validating them, you know, to be able to just trust in what the gods are saying to them. And you know, like the goal is to not to need other people so heavily, and more to have instead a community of where we're just discussing, not like this power dynamic of, I know more than you, or I've experienced more than you, so you should listen to me. No, more about we are equals, and let's just have conversations about our experiences or about what we learned and things like that. You know, I think you can see a lot of this too with just how people talk, like those who have been either a Hellenic polytheist or a witch or whatever, who have been who are more experienced or who've at least been doing it longer, the way that some of them talk about baby witches or baby Hellenics, and it's it is very, the way some of them talk about it, it does seem, yeah, like there's like this annoyance there, like sometimes a lot of what I've talked about kind of is the guilty parties are a lot of like those who are just starting out, so, and the younger ones. But to generalize everybody who's just starting out as they're annoying or they're impressionable or they're this and they're that, it's just kind of like, well, we all started somewhere. Like we all were beginners at one point. And to sit there and to just look down on people because of that is just really rude, because again, like we were all beginners at one point, and I feel like part of being part of the community is to help beginners, especially to help them not go through the same struggles that you went through. That's a lot of why I do what I do, is because it's like I know certain, like a lot of the stuff that I am so passionate about, like the misconceptions I'm so passionate about breaking, were the things that I almost fell victim to, like especially with Aphrodite, when I talk about the fact that people would always think that she has a specific type, like you have to look a certain way or like certain things or have a certain aesthetic or whatever, that you couldn't be a certain gender, you couldn't be a certain sexuality, you couldn't, all these misconceptions about her, or that, yeah, like the idea that you're not good enough. Those were things that I almost fell victim for. The whole Persephone and Aphrodite hate each other nonsense. I almost fell victim to that, and it was because I found it in a witch book, and that's why I always talk about research in terms of like read actual, ancient sources and academic secondary sources instead of witch books when it comes to learning about gods, because most of the time they're inaccurate or they don't even begin to scratch the surface. So it's kind of like, I don't want people to fall victim to those things. So that's why I speak out, and that's why I try to help people. Also, like, I go through a lot of the same things that people do in terms of like, mental illnesses and learning to manage having, being depressed and dealing with worship, and also perfectionism. I suffer from perfectionism, and that definitely gets in the way of everything I do, but especially my worship and my craft. So it's kind of like, I guess, have a little empathy. I think, yeah, there are things that, like, this whole live stream there are things to address, but I think to generalize all beginners as like mooching off of our knowledge and our experiences, or, that they're all annoying, or that they're all need coddling. They think that, I don't like generalizing as a whole. But I don't know. I believe in the idea of helping people, that especially those, who are more experienced in something, or even just like an age thing, you're older. I think it is like our job as human beings to just help each other out when we can. If you can prevent someone from making the same mistakes that you did, why not? Yeah, okay, I did get a little confused. I was like, oh man, I aggressively attack mythology. I'm like, oh no. all struggled in the beginning because it's understandable, especially in Hellenic polytheism. It's completely different than pretty much what any of us are used to. Regardless of how you were raised, Hellenic polytheism probably, it does not at all come close to matching, what any of us really think of when we think of religion. And also with the amount of, that's another problem is when you're a beginner, everything is so overwhelming with all the information available, and it's like you don't yet have any of the foundation yet to know what is good information, accurate information, or what is just somebody preaching their beliefs as fact or truth. Especially when you're on social media, because, there are a lot of people that definitely sound like they know what they're talking about, when in reality, they're just spewing their own nonsense, or it's just that they're trying to pass off their beliefs as, as fact or as the truth when it's not. So it's like, as a beginner, it's really hard to navigate all that. And I think, I definitely I'm always trying to find more empathy for beginners, because sometimes I will admit because I get a lot of the same questions over and over again, a lot of the things. So sometimes I admit I may get a little but that's one of the reasons also I set up my website, is in hopes that I don't have to answer all these questions, because all the information will be right there. I can direct people to my website and be like, I made a post about that, or you just started out, that's wonderful, welcome to the club. I have a whole bunch of resources for you on my website, and I think it will make things so much better, and will definitely allow me to have more empathy for beginners and be able to help beginners more find their way. Because it is really overwhelming. Because I also try to remember that I had an advantage over a lot of Hellenic polytheists, in that I've been in love with ancient Greece and studying it again since I was 8 years old, pretty much most of my whole life. So I kind of already developed the building blocks for it before I even knew Hellenic polytheism was a thing. And I have a bachelor's degree in history, which has taught me how to research and taught me how to think critically, taught me how to find the bias of authors, be able to just research effectively. It was in the beginning for me when, I started becoming someone that people actually came to, because I never envisioned that this would ever happen. But when that started, I was kind of a little what, why is this so hard? Why is it, and then I freaking realized, I've had a bit of an advantage, which is why I'm probably why I feel the gods put me in this position, is because I have the resources to be able to help other people by giving them advice on how to actively research, and also by researching and finding the good shit and being able to share it with everybody and be like, yo, read this is good, or even just pull out some stuff and be like I do with my podcast, where it's I kind of condense these things down into entertaining ways of learning instead of it being sitting in a lecture, which is something I've always wanted to do. Actually, I love history so much, and I've always wanted to write history books that made history more accessible and made it more entertaining and amusing, because I always thought I always found history hilarious. Just better than a lot of movies and TV shows. Actual history is this is so you can't make this shit up. It's so funny and it's so mind-blowing. But it's the way that it's taught. A lot of times history is taught in such a boring manner that it becomes dry, and it becomes not interesting and people just like lose focus on it, where, you know, I've always wanted to make it more accessible, because that's another problem, is the way a lot of texts and articles are written is really hard. You know, it's just hard to get through because of all the big words and just the way people decide to word things. You're just like, you have to read something a few times to be like, wait, what the hell are they saying? Even I'm like that. And it's like, I basically have a degree that says that all I did was read big worded textbooks and articles and then wrote papers on it. But I'm still like, ugh, this is why. How are you making such an interesting topic so boring? I always love when people say that they want to do, I really encourage people to, you know, if you have something to say and you want to start a podcast, you want to make a website, you want to do it. We don't have enough voices in the Hellenic polytheist community. It's funny because I have a lot of people that actually are like, is it okay if I do a podcast? I don't want to be stepping on your toes. I'm like, there's room for all of us, you know, and I didn't invent podcasting, you know. I didn't invent making a podcast about the gods. You know what I mean? Like, absolutely. Like, if you have something to say and you want to share it with people, do it. Because we don't have enough voices in our community that are, we need especially more that are honest and that aren't preachy and that aren't trying to brainwash or manipulate people. Like, we need more that just genuinely want to share and interact and connect with people and help educate and things like that. We need more people like that. So if like you feel inspired, freaking do it. Absolutely. And Tony, yes, I think it is fair to say that it's more of a way of life than religion, because that's how I definitely see it as. Especially when you look at like the Delphic Maxims, because the Delphic Maxims like really do completely like flesh out more than just a religion. It's like a lifestyle, you know, like this is how you should live your life. And honestly, like there isn't one aspect of my life that my religion doesn't impact or inspire. So I definitely agree with that statement. You shouldn't be cringing about that, though. I think that just shows that you have always been a spiritual, magical person, that you always liked magic. Like, I was the same way. I used to make potions all the time, in like, especially when I was in the bath, I'd like to just like mix, you know, water and different stuff in it, and I would just be like, this is my potion, you know, and like pretend it did certain things. And yeah, I used to pretend. After I saw Matilda, I would stare at objects. Like, I'm like Matilda, I'll make things move. I think we all did things like that, but I think it just kind of like shows that we were really into, like, we were trying to connect to something. You know, that's how I see it as. Because I also was very big with like nature and animals. I used to read to trees. They were my friends. That sounds so sad. But I did have other friends, but I liked my tree friends better. But that's another thing. Like, you all talking about like the hero worship and everything. That's another thing too, why we need more voices in our communities talking about, because again, similar to comparing, you know, Hellenic polytheism to like choosing a major, you know, when you choose a major depending on, like I was a history major. And when you're a history major, you choose an area that you're going to focus on specifically. Like for me, it was Japanese history. And then usually even then you'll get, if you keep going and get like your master's or whatever, then it's like you go, okay, well, what exactly, like what time period exactly in Japan, and maybe what topic specifically. And in Hellenic polytheism, it's similar because a lot of us, there's so much to learn that we're all not, what's the word I'm looking for? We're all not expertise in everything. We're all not, fluent in every topic, but each of us usually has like one concentration, like something that we know, whether or one god we know about the most or just one area. And Audrey, like you really like hero worship. So that's kind of like your area of expertise that a lot of people actually don't know about. And a lot of people don't know about, but people actually want to learn about. So that's perfect that you would want to do, you have like, a blog and you want to do a podcast, because then you can share your expertise on that a lot of other Hellenic polytheists can't really go into that detail because maybe they don't know as much because it wasn't an area that they were fully interested in. They only maybe know surface level stuff. So that's why it's also important that more of us, share our knowledge, because a lot of us have, an interest that others don't have. So then we know more than just surface level knowledge about it. Yeah, everyone, share your stuff. Yes, I am absolutely going to do probably a podcast episodes about the Delphic Maxims. I definitely want to make. I actually was reading through them today again because I realized that nobody really lists them as something for beginners to look at, and I was like, because I was making my post about where beginners, where I think is a good place for beginners to start. And I realized, I'm like, why isn't more people put down the Delphic Maxims? I'm like, that's a great place to start because you get an idea of what is, the values in our religion. Which actually, by the way, and again, I make this point in my post. I'm like no one's going to want to read my post. I'm just making all the points here, but whatever. The pursuit of knowledge is one of the biggest values in ancient Greece and in Hellenic polytheism. So it's like, that's even more of a reason that we need to be researching, because it's literally like in our religion to do that. And you see that in the Delphic Maxims, because the Delphic Maxims talks completely about longing for wisdom and pursuing wisdom and all this, and even helping educate other people and all that. So it's like, and not to mention that like two of the most important and beloved gods to the ancient Greeks, especially the Athenians, were Athena and Apollo, which goddess of wisdom and god of knowledge. So it shows that research, learning, absorbing knowledge, and then also helping other people and helping educate them and help them on their journeys to pursue knowledge is literally what we're supposed to be doing as Hellenic polytheists. So, yeah, they're all just, research is important. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be doing episodes on the Delphic Maxims. That is absolutely going to happen because I have a love affair with the Delphic Maxims. I love them so much, and I definitely want more Hellenic polytheists to be aware of them and to understand what they mean and how we can apply them to not just our worship, but our lives. Because that's really what it comes down to, is it's all about like how to live a good life is really what they're about. Let's see. Amy, I think it's if you can't complete it, then I don't see anything wrong with stopping or pausing it. I think it depends on what exactly you mean by working, like what it is you're doing. But for the most part, I feel like if you have to, it might be best just to stop it completely and then revisit it when you have time. But I would also encourage you to really make sure that when you decide to do a certain working, that you make it so that it's less likely that you're going to have to stop it. But I don't think there's really, again, depending on what it is, I don't really think there's a problem with stopping it or pausing it. But I would lean more towards the stopping and then just revisiting it at a later date. Yeah, Tumblr is a mess. That's why I got a website, because yeah, Tumblr eats everything, and the search function sucks. It's like not a good place to share information. My favorite maxim is it's super cliche because it's the most famous one, but it is my favorite. It's the know yourself one, because there's a lot in there. I really like it because it's really helped me a lot with just my anxieties and my perfectionism and my expectations of my too high expectations of myself and things like that. Like, it's been kind of the one I turn to a lot, and it's the one that Apollo says to me all the time, is know yourself, because it has a lot of meaning in it. You can read it as like a know you're mortal and know that mortals have limits. Don't try to go past your limits. It's also about knowing you and knowing who you are, knowing what you stand for, knowing your truth, knowing what you're about, and don't try to be anything that you're not, because not only is that not fair to you, but now you're being a liar and you're being a fake. So, and the gods don't like that. The gods likes honesty, and the gods like being like when you're genuine. So it's about owning your truth. And it's also about, like, for me, a lot of it comes down to is knowing how I work and how my mental illnesses affect me, how my brain works, so that I can interpret things better and I can be better, because I know what I need to work on and I know where my shortcomings are. I know where my weaknesses are. So, like how a very simple example is I know now not to do divination with the gods when I'm upset, because I'm prone to reading my cards in a negative way, regardless of what the gods are trying to say to me or what the card is. I will read it in a negative way because I have issues with negativity in terms of like, I always see the bad in me. I always think that like, you know, I'm always like, I'm really hard on myself, basically. Like, I'm very hard on myself. Like, it's always, you know, things are always my fault, or I'm not enough. I didn't do enough, or I messed up. It's always like, my brain is always like working against me. So it's kind of like knowing that, you know, I know that my brain does that. So I know when there is a lot of negativity coming my way, it's most likely me and not the gods. You know, the gods aren't being negative, or even people aren't being, it's me. I'm interpreting things in a negative way. So yeah, that is my favorite maxim, because I feel like it has a lot in it, and I feel like it has a lot of important things in it for us as human beings, as worshipers, as spiritual people, to understand how. And I think like that kind of is another topic that I want to discuss more at some point, is the importance of shadow work, or just dealing with your own shit, knowing it, acknowledging it, and learning to manage it, and the idea that stuff does affect everything, especially how we interact with the gods, how we interpret the gods' messages and their energies, how as we talked about when I've talked about pendulum readings, how it can affect your readings because your energy is going into that. I think a lot of people don't think about that. They don't think about how much things like, if you have anxiety, an unmanaged anxiety, how that can really affect your devotion and your relationship with the gods, and how you perceive things and how you interpret things. Because, like I said, with me, my brain is wired to always work against me. My brain, I've been trying to like relearn things and just kind of like reprogram my brain to work for me instead of against me. But it's always been very much like, if any of you seen BoJack Horseman, it's like, you know, that episode where you just be like, you're such a piece of shit, you know, or you keep saying you're a piece of shit. Like, that's my brain. Like, when I saw that for the first time, I was like, that's, holy crap, someone just animated my brain, because that is how my brain works all the time. Like, it's always like, you'll say something. Like, I love when he was just like, what did he say? Something about like being young or whatever, and he was just like, oh, so now you think you're young. Like, and I'm like, that's literally what my brain will do. Like, I'll say something and it's like, whoa, well, now you think you're smart, or you think you're this, you think, you know. And it's like always having that inner critic, just whatever it is you think about yourself or whatever, it's just always there to knock you down. And so I realized that I have that, and it does affect my relationship with the gods, because sometimes I go through those periods of like, I'm not worthy of the gods, or everything that I think is happening isn't true, I'm just making it up to make myself feel better, or, you know, this isn't what I'm supposed to be doing, like, you know, putting out content and dedicating my life to the gods and the community. You're like, who are you kidding? That's not what you're supposed to be doing. That's not, the gods don't want you to do that. The gods aren't real. You know, it's very, I can get into those mindsets. And for a while, before I realized my brain operated like that, I would believe it. And I would spend days in these just depressions where it was just like, I thought, you know, everything that I had thought I was doubting, where it was like, oh, the gods actually, either the gods aren't real or the gods are real and you're just misinterpreting everything and they actually hate you, or, you know, a lot of the things that people say to me all the time where I'm like, oh, I think the gods are mad at me or they hate me or whatever. I go through that too. But now that I know that this is just how my brain operates, it makes it so much easier to combat it. To be like, you know, to be like, take a deep breath and to be like, this is just my brain. This isn't reality. This is just because of the conditioning I went through as a kid, because of the programming, the way people talked to me when I was a child and everything, and or the things that they even didn't say to me, you know, all these things. That's why my brain does this. This voice was developed and now it's here, and it's not, nothing it's saying is real. So being able to do that has been just so monumental in my life, but especially in my worship, because now I don't really get into those super deep depressions anymore. Like, I go through them. It's not to say, because my brain's still, that inner voice is still there. I'm working on making it more of a whisper, because I don't think it's ever going to go away. But I've been doing shadow work specifically around my childhood in order to try and, you know, heal my inner child and heal, you know, heal from the things that have happened to me throughout my life, and hopefully to try and combat that voice more. But the point is that I needed to know myself and to know how my brain works in order to start changing things, you know, and if I didn't, I would have just kept staying in that mode of getting into these deep depressions where I felt like either the gods hated me or that they weren't real and I was just making shit up all the time, you know? And then who knows what would have happened. Maybe I would have eventually left Hellenic polytheism, you know? So, yeah, I think a lot of people don't fully understand how unmanaged mental illnesses, or, you know, a lot of whether anything that you haven't healed from yet, and how these things that are in our shadow too, how all of that can affect the way we interact with the gods, the way we interpret things and the way we perceive them, and even the way that we interact online. Because that's what I see a lot now. Now that I've been doing my own healing and acknowledging my own pain and my own traumas and seeing how it manifests and how it causes me to behave online sometimes, or just in interactions with people, I can now see it in other people. I'm like, the way some people behave, it's, you know, it's not necessarily out of pure, like, you know, being like a pure asshole or whatever. It's like a lot of people aren't dealing with their shit and they're taking it out on other people. They're projecting, or they're trying to find something, you know, online, whether it be through like trying to feel better about themselves because they're so insecure. So they go and find attention however way they can online. So, yeah, I think it's like a lot of people, it's when, like, with spirituality, it interacts with everything, you know? Like, I mean, all of us is interconnected with each other, you know, our emotional well-being, our mental well-being, our physical well-being, and our spiritual well-being. They all interact with one another, and they all affect each other. So when one is out of line, it can affect everything else. So to act like, you know, your spiritual self is separate from everything else, it's not. It's greatly affected by how you take care of the other aspects of yourself, you know? So, yeah. That is true, Sky. I have noticed that now that I've been doing more of the work on myself, I have become a much more patient and empathetic person. I've definitely seen, because it's like, I especially don't get as, which is going to be funny to say when this was like a rant live, but I don't get as angry as I usually did, because a lot of times when I look at people now and the way that they're acting online, what I'm seeing is someone who's hurt. You know, I'm seeing because I think about how sometimes I react to people because something got sparked in me, someone said something and it was like I get very, and you have that moment of like, ugh, and then you just react to it. And then later on, you're like, oh, fuck, I shouldn't have said that. That's kind of like with some people, I try to see it more as, like, I have a lot, being on YouTube, you get a lot of negative people. And I've been getting, people saying real just shitty things. And instead of getting, now, past Jesse would have absolutely been in those comments, like, trying to say some, like, witty thing back or start an argument, have to defend my honor and pride. But now I look at that and I go, that's sad. Like, you're obviously hurting and are very insecure if you need to be so negative in a stranger's YouTube channel comments, So, and it's like, and then I just ignore it. I give like I hope you find peace one day, dude, and move on, and move on. And that's kind of how I'm trying to be more with things, especially again, the just the real trivial petty stuff that really it's not worth my energy, not worth my power, as we talked about earlier. It's not worth it. Like, I know my truth. I know my value. I don't need to prove anything to anybody, right? So so I definitely agree with what Sky said. I've noticed that in myself, that I've become a lot more. And I think it's also because it's like when you get to a place too where you start to welcome in more positivity in your life, like you just want to give more positivity, and you just kind of like the negativity is just kind of like, you're like, I don't want anything to do with that. Because I feel like that too. Like, I'm still shedding that skin and I still fall, and it's not to say that like I'm this like, those freaking super spiritual people that are just like not affected by anything, it seems. That I'll never be that. I am a New Yorker. I'll never be that. But I kind of definitely just want to, at least if, this is a scale, the scale leans way more to positivity than it does to negativity. That's my goal. I know unfortunately, a lot of people go through that feeling of like not being good enough for the gods. And it makes sense, because it's like, here are these, divine, all-powerful beings, and like you feel so small. And also the way you look at yourself is very like, you don't feel like you're worthy of anything. I know that's like how I used to feel, especially like when Aphrodite came into my life. I was just like, the goddess of beauty, Aphrodite, have you looked at me? Why are you here? Especially because at that point I had a lot of issues with my appearance and the way that I looked, and I would have breakdowns just looking in the mirror. So I understand that feeling of like not being good enough. But a lot of it is kind of like, it's working on yourself, working on your own issues with why you feel you're not good enough. And also kind of like accepting the idea that, well, whether, like, if you don't, it doesn't matter how you feel about it, the gods do think you're good enough. And just kind of going with that. That's kind of what I did. You know, I just was like, because I saw it as when Aphrodite came into my life and I found out that she was a goddess of self-love, it was like the light bulb went off and I realized, oh, the fact that I feel like I'm not good enough and I'm not pretty enough or skinny enough, I don't have the right body type, I don't, you know, I'm not, you know, the stereotypical, or what society would say is the stereotypical, like, beautiful, glamorous person. Because I think all of that, that's the reason Aphrodite's here. It is my feeling of not being good enough is why she's here. It's to help me, to help change that, which she did. So it's kind of like thinking in those terms of like, well, and even with Apollo too, because while Aphrodite, it was not, with Aphrodite, it was about, you know, not being, it was like my physical appearance. With Apollo, it was a lot of my insecurities around my intelligence and my abilities, and things like that. And I still have struggles with feeling like I'm not smart enough, or that, you know, I'm not worthy of his attention, or I'm not worthy of, you know, being associated with some of the other people in the community who just seem so smart and know so much, and feeling like, you know, I'm not good enough to even be in the same league as them. And feeling like that, kind of similar to how I actually used to always feel in school. But then realizing that regardless of how I feel, Apollo is here helping me out. And Apollo is the god of truth, which means Apollo isn't going to lie to me. Apollo isn't going to just spare my feelings in here. No, Apollo will spare my feelings on anything. Apollo is going to be honest and blunt. And so if Apollo is here, it's because he sees something in me. It's because he thinks I'm good enough. So who am I? Who am I to question Apollo or Aphrodite? They think I'm good enough. So let's just, you know, I'm just going to go along with it and see how this turns out. And eventually I notice that because they have faith in me and believe in me, and because I'm working with them, that all of a sudden my mind begins to shift and change. You know, I begin to see myself a little bit of how they see me. You know? So, yeah, that's that's my method of getting over that stuff. But I mean, it's also too, the thing is, a lot of these things we don't ever fully 100% get over. Like, we'll have moments where we feel like we're not good enough. We'll have moments of doubt. We'll have moments of thinking this is all fucking fake. You know, like, we will have those moments. The goal is not to get rid of it completely, because I don't think that's really ever going to happen. The goal is to just make it so that it happens less, and that when it does happen, you're able to get yourself out of it quicker. It's the same thing of what I always talk about in terms of like at least my mental illnesses. I can't speak for others, but like depression and anxiety, I know they're going to be with me for the rest of my life. But the goal is to be able to live life and manage my life with them, and which means is just trying to make it so that they don't have such a hold on my life anymore. You know, where you know, if they show up, I know what to do to make it so that it's not super devastating anymore. Oh, I always get really happy when people like are really inspired by my lives and it causes people to like think and, you know, to maybe rethink things or to explore new places, because that's my favorite thing about like the lives and just being able to interact with everybody, is because I feel like we just all end up like inspiring each other and helping each other, and I just love that, because I think that especially is such a value in our community and in our religion, that because especially the ancient Greeks were very much about community and, you know, actually really helping each other and valuing the community as a whole, as opposed to just the individual, but to look at how you as an individual affects the community. And I kind of really like that. I like the balance of it. Like sometimes it goes a little too far in ancient Greece, where it's like you have to like almost sacrifice yourself for the good of the community. That I don't believe in, but I do like the balance of you should prioritize yourself, absolutely, and take care of yourself and everything. But I also think being part of the community and being of service to the community is a wonderful thing that really helps us grow it helps us grow as people, not even just as worshipers, but as people. Oh, Aurora, you're here. Aw, thanks, Aurora. We do need a temple. It is like, really, I think it's my ultimate goal to actually have, though I always say that my temple wouldn't necessarily be a temple, more so than more a community center. It would definitely have a place of like where people can just come to worship, but I definitely want it to do more than just be that. Because again, like I said, for me, being of service to the community is like the big thing of why I do what I do. So I would want it to have a little more going on, like classes or workshops, and, you know, provide services for people in need and things like that. Because I think like that's a fundamental part of, at least for me, of religion, is like the idea of like, you know, just that community feeling of supporting one another and being there for one another to uplift each other when, you know, we need it, or empowering one another. Hestia definitely needs more worship. Hestia is amazing. Yay! Oh! I love this. This makes me so happy. Yeah, I would love just like a community center kind of temple where it's just like people can come and like volunteer too, and in like the name of the gods, and like help people in need and just give people a place to go when they feel lost, or, you know, kind of like how like churches say they are can be, but, you know, like just offer help to people. Well, I don't know where I would put the temple. I would always, like, first I used to think, because I used to want to move to New York City, and now that I get older, New York City really is for the youngins, or for the people who have money. New York is like, I love the city. I love it so much, but I don't know if I really want to live there anymore. So it used to be like I was going to put it there. But actually lately, as I get older, I kind of like the idea of living more in rural areas, because I like this, having the space, and I want to be more close to nature. And there is a big part of me that wants a nice big yard so I can have chickens and pigs. funny. I'm like, I literally have become like, I went from a city girl to now I'm all of a sudden turning into a country girl. It's like, what happened? Even, but it's so funny because I apparently am giving off that vibe because me and my friend were talking about like moving to Maine together and getting a house and everything. And we were like, I was like, well, you know, because she doesn't like birds. She's like afraid of birds. And I was like, well, would you be okay if I got like some, I call them fancy ladies. I don't know why. I like calling chickens fancy ladies. But if I get a bunch of fancy ladies or whatever, and she's like, honestly, I just figured that living with you would eventually mean raising chickens. And I was like, do I just give off that vibe of like I should be raising chickens? I'm like, I'm fine with that. I like giving off that vibe. I kind of just like that. So I guess then I would put the temple somewhere, you know, in a more rural like area. Wherever I end up. If I end up in Maine, I don't know. I say that, but I'm a New York girl through and through, so I don't even know. But I would love to. That's kind of like that, you know, like we all have like that big ultimate dream that like kind of can be accessible, but you're at the time you're like, I don't know if that's really ever going to happen. That's kind of mine. I am still alive. Honestly, like we're usually live for at least 4 hours. Yes, fancy ladies. I love calling them. They're fancy ladies. I love them. You know, Anthony, I was actually thinking about like, because that's the thing me and my friend always say, like we wouldn't go south, we'd go up north. So, because I loved Salem. I loved Salem. I know that's not rural, but I loved Salem so much. But like Connecticut is really pretty, but Maine, man, I like Maine because the joke is like things don't like some things happen in Maine, but I think it's more like weather-wise because the weather has been acting like crazy where, you know, my whole thing is it's like New York is not supposed to have tornadoes and we've been getting tornadoes and I don't like it. And if we get a really bad hurricane, I live on Long Island. It's a tiny fish-shaped island. A hurricane could totally just destroy us. So it's like a lot of weather like freaks me out. And it seemed like no matter where you went, you had to deal with freaky weather, whether it be if you went south, you had to deal more with the hurricanes. If you go mid, the tornadoes are there typically. And then if you go to the West Coast, they have earthquakes. And it's also been on fire. So it just seemed like Maine didn't really have, I mean, Maine gets snowstorms, but I think I can deal with that. A potato scientist? It's amazing. Yeah, freaking Salem is amazing. What was amazing about Salem was that it was weird being in a place that, like, there was so many witchy shops. Where it was literally, we were there, how long did we stay in Salem? Were we there a week? I think we were there like a week. Yeah, I think we were like around a week. And it was like every time we went out, and Salem isn't really that big. It's not that big. Especially like where everything is, like the main hub of it, it's not big. You could just walk around so easily. That's kind of why I also liked it, because it was just really accessible. Just everything was just in walking distance. Especially because like we had a hotel like right there. So it was like we only used the car just to drive to like to go get food or whatever. And send like supplies and things like that. But other than that, like to do the main bulk of everything. Oh, and we drove to Boston too. But like it's like you just walk around everywhere. It was like every time we went out, I discovered a new witchy shop. I was like, wait, there's another one? Wait, like, did we go into that one? No, that's a new one. Like it was almost like they just popped up out of nowhere. It was crazy. Like it's like, because that's so not, you know, as most of you probably know, usually you're lucky if you have like one in your general area that's close to you. And there it was just like in everywhere you went, there were like 3, you know, and it's, again, it's a small place. Yes, it was, yeah, I love places. And it was cool too about Salem is they also have a red line spray painted on the sidewalks that helps you find everything. So it's like really hard to get lost too. Like you can't really get lost. Like you just follow the line and it'll bring you to kind of all the touristy places. Like you could go to like the House of Gables and the witch's house and the museums and the cemetery and all that. So they're like, you just follow the red line and it'll take you. What was also great about Salem is what I loved was how freaking queer friendly it was. Like there were rainbow flags everywhere. And this was in August. It wasn't even June. It was August. And there were rainbow flags everywhere. They had right by our hotel, there was a rainbow crosswalk. I actually have a picture of it. I think I have a picture of it on my Instagram. So if you want to see, I think I post a few pictures on Salem on my Instagram. And yeah, I was so surprised because I just wasn't expecting, not like I was expecting anything bad, but just to see that show of support and that pride just out in the open. There was just literally everywhere you went, there were just rainbow flags. So it was like really great. That was definitely nice to see. So I was like, oh, I love Salem. I'm kind of bummed because me and my friend were supposed to go again. Actually, it would have been this coming week. We were supposed to go to mainly Boston, but because Salem actually, like once you've been to Salem, because it's so small, you actually don't need, like if you want to, you can, but you can do everything in only like a day or two. And then after that, you know, like for me, it was like, now I can go just for a day to Salem and just do my shopping, which is really what I wanted to do. Especially because they also have this great pizza shop that has a vegan pizza that's just delicious, and a really great cafe that has amazing drinks and all different kind of plant-based milk. So I was like we were there every morning before we started our day. We go, because that was like, one of my friends was like, that's what she missed the most was the coffee shop. But yeah, so we were supposed to go mainly to Boston. We were going to stay in Boston because we only got to go to Boston for like a day, so it was not anywhere near enough the last time. So we decided, because we were mainly going because Taylor Swift was playing, and my friend is a huge Swiftie. I've started to become, I really love the new Folklore album. So, but she's a huge fan, so we were gonna go to see her, and it was in Massachusetts. So I was like, oh, this is perfect. Why don't we go see Taylor Swift? And it's an excuse to go back to Boston and Salem. So we were gonna stay in Boston and then go for a day to Salem. But COVID happened, so yeah, I don't really like snow either. I'm not a fan of snow. Do I say Boston? Yeah, I do. I just heard it. Yeah, I do. New York. We add W's to everything. Yeah, I've been like thinking about actually going up north to Vermont or Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maine, New Hampshire. They seem really nice, you know? They seem very nice, and things are just, when we were looking at houses in Maine, I was like freaking out because of how just inexpensive things were. Especially because like I'm from, it's not even like, you know, New York. So Long Island is one of the most expensive places to live in the country. Like Long Island is ridiculous with how expensive it is. So it's like looking at how cheap some of these houses are, I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. Bye, Julia. Thank you so much for hanging out. Oh, thank you, Eduardo. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh my God, yeah, that would be great. A Hellenic themed coffee shop. Oh my goodness. It was actually really cool because when me and Ayla met for the first time in the city, we ended up, and it's funny because Ayla's new to the city. Ayla's originally from California, and we always, our whole big thing is that the gods brought us together. Like the gods brought Ayla and Sky over to New York so that we can meet. Like we were meant to be friends and everything. And I'm always in the city. I do love the city. And when we got, like when we met up and everything, we were just kind of like trying to figure out, you know, what to do, where to go. And we were walking down this one of the streets, and it's like I walk down there all the time when I'm in the city. It's pretty much the main place I go. And Ayla was like, oh yeah, I saw when I was walking this way, whatever, I saw a cafe that I think maybe would be good. And it was Cafe Hestia. And I'm like, I have walked this way like for years, and I have never seen that cafe. And it's great because you walk in and there's just pictures of Hestia everywhere. I was like, oh my God, this is insane. So it was like, we were like, oh, like they literally, the gods, because even Ayla was like, I just had the urge to just look over, and she saw Cafe Hestia. It was like the gods were just like, or like Hestia especially was just like, as she tells it, you know, that Hestia was just like, oh, it's so cold. Why don't you come inside? Come inside and warm up. It's not that far from Penn Station. It's, yeah, because we met right outside of Penn Station by Madison Square Garden, and we walked down, that's 34th, no, that's 7th Avenue. Yeah, I think that's 7th Avenue. It's just on, I'm pretty sure you just walk down 7th Avenue, and it's like only a few blocks. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's 7th Avenue. Either way, it's literally if you go to Madison Square Garden and just walk, like if you're facing Madison Square Garden, you walk to your right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, why didn't I just ask Sky to look everything up? Sky is our personal Google, because Sky knows everything. Yeah, it is 7th. Okay. I feel better. Yeah, it's on 7th Avenue. It's really nice too, because it's like I said, there's pictures of Hestia all over, and it's just like a night, because there's so much stuff too to eat. There's just stuff that you could just like prepared stuff, or there's things like you can order and everything. It's a nice chill place. It's not, so it was great. We just spent the whole time in there talking about how Apollo's mean to both of us, but not to Sky. Yeah, it does. It's got a lot of, it's got like buffet stuff that you can get, and then in the middle are like prepackaged stuff that you can get. So it's kind of got like everything. It's just nice. It was just so cool because we sat at a table and it was just like a giant picture of Hestia was just sitting right there. We were just like, it's Hestia! It was so cool. He does have everything. It's nice. It's going to be like my go-to place now. That's great too whether you just want to pick something up or if you want to sit and eat. It's just like it was a really. It definitely had Hestia energy. Very warm and inviting, and I know it was super surreal. That said, I walk down 7th Avenue all the time because I go that way because I always go to Bryant Park because Bryant Park is where like Kinokuniya is, which is a Japanese bookstore, and Book Off is also there, which is another Japanese bookstore, and I pretty much always go there when I go into the city. So, and that's I walk that way. So I walk that way all the time, and pretty much like everything you'd want is that way for the most part, unless you're going the other way. There's some more stuff that way if you want to that way, but usually like Times Square is that way. So it's kind of like Broadway's that way. So it's like I pretty much always go that way. The Javits Center is that way. That's where all the conventions are. Like that's the way I walk. Pretty much like 99% of the time when I'm in the city, that's the direction I walk in. And I have never seen that cafe before. So it was like, wow. I think I even said that to Ayla. I was like, what? I walk this way all the time and I've never seen this place. All right. So I guess I can, oh my God, I do miss City so much. I miss the city so much. Mainly now because it's like I have people to visit in the city. I never had people to visit in the city before, and now I'm like, I have friends that live there that I want to hang out with. Damn you, COVID. I love New York City because there's pretty much something there for everybody. And it's such, like, because it's on a grid, it's really difficult to get lost. So they always say you can't get lost in the city. You can get turned around. You can't really get lost because it's on a grid. So it's so funny because it's like I would definitely take like take it for granted. Now I don't, but I used to take it for granted that I pretty much had New York City in my backyard. You know, being a Long Islander, it's pretty much in my backyard. It's literally like, you know, an hour and a half train ride to get to New York City, when it's like people win that for like, you know, on game shows, you know, trip to New York City, and it's like such a big deal. Or, you know, people like that's their dream to go to New York City, and here I'm growing up with it right there, and I could go pretty much whenever I wanted. You know, I used to take that for granted. Now I'm like, wow, I'm really lucky to have access to that, because it's like, yeah, I have access to a lot of things like Broadway. That's something that I forget too, that a lot of, you know, people have to wait and hope that the shows tour. They want to see stuff. Well, you know, for me, it's just finding the money for the ticket and the train ride there. But for other people, it would be like, you gotta, you know, the plane and the hotel, and then also the, you know, the ticket. Then it's great because there's something there for everybody. That's what I love about New York City, is there's something there for everybody. And I love all the diversity in it. Like, I would always say it's so cool because you could walk down one street and hear like 5 different languages. And I always love that. You know, I just like how diverse New York City is. And it's just nice too that you could just walk around, because a lot of cities, like, I feel like certain cities, like, you can't do that in, where like New York City, you could definitely walk around. You know, you can just walk around in and whatever. You don't really have to take any transportation if you don't want to. You could walk it. The key to New York City is to stay in the places where it's not crowded. Like Times Square, especially on the weekends, during the summer, that's hell. No. I stay as far away from Times Square, you know, whenever I can. You go like the back ways. You stay in the not as non-touristy spots as you can, or you try to go during the weekdays. See, I always wanted to live in the city because I still kind of do, but I had a lot more when a few years ago, like anxiety around driving. So I liked the idea that I didn't have to worry about driving if I lived in the city, specifically New York. It's actually better not to have a car in New York City. So I liked that aspect, that I would be able to I like just being able to like walk out my door and just be able to walk to places and not have to have that anxiety of like, I got to get in my car, I have to find where this place is, and, you know, all of that. And then even the weather, because that's one of the reasons I have anxiety with snow. I don't like snow and I don't like the winter, is because all the anxiety around driving in the snow. So it was like, living in the city just kind of got rid of all that. But I'm now that I've been working really closely with Hermes with my driving, I've gotten so much better with it, and like I'm a lot less anxious about it. So now that that's kind of become more in check, I realize that I'd rather be close to nature. And that's kind of where I'm finding that my happiness is when I'm closer to nature and I have access to nature, instead of those, like, you know, the big cities. where, yeah, it's really crowded and everyone's kind of on top of each other, especially after COVID. I'm kind of like, do I want to be with, do I want more people around me? Or do I want less people around me and more chickens? I think I like the chickens. They give me eggs, and they're adorable. They're fancy ladies. Yes, that you are absolutely right. The subway system is definitely not good for disabled people. It is not friendly at all. Yeah, the subways, honestly, let me tell you, like, when I went to Tokyo, I was like, a subway can be this clean? Like, I was mind blown, because growing up, going to New York City all the time, you're just like, oh, the subways are just always this grimy. They're just subways. That's what happens, you know? They're underground. Of course there's gonna be rats and it's gonna smell like piss and everything. That's subways. And then you go to Tokyo and you're like, wait, no, that's not accurate? Wait, you mean, wait, how are we living? Like, how are we living? This is not okay. Like, it was like I went with like my ex and my ex-friend, and the best thing is when we got back and we were in JFK, and my ex went to go use the bathroom, and when she came back, she was like, well, now I definitely know I'm back in New York. Because everything was so clean in Tokyo. So clean. I was like, and everywhere you went, there was like this scent everywhere. And it was, I kept thinking, like, oh, it's that scent again. It's that scent again. And it was a clean scent. Like, the city smelled clean, which, again, as a New Yorker, that's unheard of. Freaking New York City smells like burnt popcorn and urine. That is what the city smells like. And I was like, wait, a city can smell clean? Oh, man. Yeah, Tokyo kind of ruined the city for me. I was like, oh, we don't have to live this way. We just choose to. Yeah, that is the only downside, is there is not a lot to do, but I'm not necessarily like I get in my moods where I'm like, well, I want to go out and do stuff, but a lot of times I'm kind of okay just hanging out at home. And then I would have fancy ladies to take care of, so it's like, why do I need to do anything else? I got fancy lady. And I got a pig. I want a pig. I really want a pig. They make me so happy with their pig noses, their little pig noses, and then they make their little piggy snorts. I love the piggy snorts. Oh my god. Ugh. And they're so chubby. I love pigs. I love animals. I really do. I just want to be around animals more so than around a lot of people. I'm like, no, can I just have, instead of being in a city full of people, can I just have a house that's full of animals? That would make me happy. Oh, I love goats. I love goats too. I love their little bap. I love the noises. I love cows too. I love cows. I love all animals. I really do. Chickens are fancy, okay? They're super fancy. They're a bunch of fancy ladies. I have not seen. Wait, I might have seen Highland cows. That's not. Are they the super fluffy ones? Yeah, that's my whole thing. I like being around. Yes, the fluffy ones. I love those cows. I love fluffy animals. Oh yeah, I want to feed a baby goat. You know, my biggest, like one of my biggest dreams, like something that's on my bucket list, is to meet and make friends with a baby elephant. That's one of my dreams. I want to make friends with a baby elephant. Have you seen those videos of like baby elephants like sitting on people or like trying to find their trunk? So they're just like their trunk is just going all over the person's face trying to find the trunk. I'm like, I want to hang out with the baby elephant. Oh, I want like a sanctuary for animals. Yeah, has entered the chat. Yeah, talking about cows. 20 plus chickens. That I can't have that many chickens. I would want like 5 at most. Like a small group. Just small. Not too many chickens. Especially because I want like other animals. Like I said, I want a pig. Really want a pig. And I would goats and a cow and you know what I really love? I'm obsessed with following animal sanctuaries on Instagram. I love them so much. And some of the best ones, though, the funniest are the turkeys. Like they just crack me up, just the way that they are. Like they kind of, especially like this one, his name's Cornelius, and he's such a like, you just see him just he like photobombs all the pictures and like demands his owner's attention all the time. And it's just like, I love this turkey. What is the point? Yeah. Okay, like no, the one animal that I definitely am not cool with is geese. Geese are nasty. I don't fuck with geese. I'm like, no. I remember like the Canadian geese are like all like when it's like that time for them to like be having their babies and everything, like they're all over my area. Like you'll see them everywhere, like around where the mall is and they're by where the lakes are there, and they were specifically always on my campus when I went to university. They were always on the campus, and it was annoying because they would just occupy everything, and especially when the babies were out, you're just trying to walk to your class, you know, the building where your class is, and they're like, you know, and like I got hissed at all the time. I was like, bro, I don't care. I'm trying to get an education. Like, can you just not? Oh yeah, swans are nasty. Swans are super nasty. Yeah, swans are just no. Jesus Christ, ducks don't fuck around too, huh? Woof. Woof. Birds, man. No, but see, the best is like my mom, because like I said, there are geese all over my area. So like they actually will stop traffic because they're, they cross and everybody has to stop and everything. And then, everybody's just like, ugh. And then there's my mom, like, it's the geese! She's like taking pictures. She's like, geese! As if like she hasn't seen geese before when we see them every freaking year. But she like acts like it's a special thing every time. One time she even sent me pictures. She literally was taking, like, she sent them to me. She was like, it's the geese! I was like, Mom. Pretty sure I saw them when I went out yesterday. Like, they're always around during a certain time of year. My one friend is, like, really afraid of birds, but apparently, like, they have a vendetta against her because she's got all these stories about how birds just randomly attacked her. She didn't even do anything, and they're just, like, coming after her. I'm like, you have to have done something. Damn. Ducks are scary. I think we're talking about animals. Yeah, that's deer. Same here. My mom's the same way with the deer. Like, deer are really common on Long Island, especially out east, because out east is where it's like more like rural. And especially like my grandma lives out in Montauk, and Montauk is like one of the tails of the, if you look at Long Island, it's shaped like a fish. It's one of the tails, so it's like near like the end of the island and everything. And so whenever we drive out there, there's like an area, there's a lot of like wooded area where deer are known to be. And so it was like my mom is just always just like sitting there driving, like, do you see the deer? Do you see that? I'm like, you act like as if you've never seen a deer before. I'm like, I'm more worried about them jumping out and hitting them. And you're sitting there you just want to see what She's like, the deer? Where are the deer? I'm like, oh my God. This woman. But I can't really say anything, though, because I'm that person that goes nuts whenever I see a dog. As if I've never seen a dog before. To the point where, like, whoever I'm with will always point out a dog because they know I'm really excited to see a dog. So they're like, just dog. And I'm like, ah! It's so cute! The best was when I was working at Barnes & Noble and someone brought in a cat. And it was an emotional support cat. And she was on a harness and everything. Oh my God. Sweetest thing. She just came right up and would just like, and just like walk around. And I was just like, and then at this time we had like the earpieces where we could all talk to each other. All of the employees in the Met could all talk to each other. And all you heard was just, there's a cat on a leash. There's a cat on a leash. Like everybody was just losing their minds because there was a cat in the store. Oh my God, cats are the best. I love cats. That's actually one of the reasons I totally want to go to, well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons I want to go to Greece, but Ayla was telling me how there are cats all around the temples and everything, like they're the priests of the temples and everything, how they watch over them and all that. And I'm like, this is even more my kind of thing because cats are my favorite. So not only do I get to go to Greece and see the temples of the gods, but I get to see cats. I always loved it when they brought animals into the store, even though technically they weren't supposed to. And I was bad because I wouldn't say, I would just be like, I would say to my manager, like, there's an animal in this. But I made them tell them they couldn't be. I'm like, I'm not gonna tell that poor baby he can't be in the store. I matter to do it. This is their job. Yes, everyone. Oh my God. You can always send me pictures of your animal friends. It makes my day. I love animals so much. I don't think they just realize how happy their whole existence makes me. They don't have to do anything. They're just there, and I'm like, this is a great day. I see this dog. I'm happy now. Great day. Yeah, we're talking about we're talking about animals. Oh my God. Hedgehogs are so cute. My one friend had a hedgehog. And I remember one time she brought it into the store to show. It was like, I was like working and everything, and she just came up to me. She's like, psst, psst, I gotta show you something. And then all of a sudden she just opened her hands, and it was just a little hedgehog. I was like, whoa. It was the best surprise ever. Like, who does that though? Who just pulls out a hedgehog? Oh my God. No. I always say I am that parent that's like, oh, you want to see a picture of my kid, and just sits there and showing you like endless pictures of their child. That's me with Moo Kitty. I will literally just sit there like, and here's Moo, and here's more of Moo. Like pretty much like 80% of my phone is just pictures of Moo. She just does it. I'm just like, I have to take pictures of your cute face. I always love I love to show her off, and I feel like such a parent because, like, you know, because of her facial markings and everything, like people think she's gorgeous. So I always get compliments on her, especially like when I bring her to the vet, and like the other people in the waiting room look at her and they're like, "Oh my God, she's beautiful." I'm like, thanks. Like, thanks, my baby. Oh, bye, Ayla. I'll talk to you later. I know, isn't that the best? That is the best feeling in the world when someone tells you that an animal, especially a cat, doesn't really like people, or isn't really that friendly with people, or doesn't really like get, cuddly with people, but then the cat is all cute and cuddly with you. It is. It's such like, it is like, in those moments, that's when I'm like, you know what? I'm a good person. I'm a good person. Cats think I'm a good person. I'm a good person. Yeah, that's me. I'm absolutely that guy that is, just sitting there doing this. Look at my cat! And just slapping it in the face. Yeah, that's me. I love that making biscuits when they do this. Yeah, I love that. I love making biscuits. I love when cats do that. It's so cute. Cats don't realize how, like, hilarious they are. Oh, they do get, oh my God. Moo screams at me when I'm sleeping, and she's like, okay, I'm awake and now I want my breakfast. She will literally run around my house screaming. Like, it sounds like it's not just meow, meow, it's meow. She's screaming and runs through the house. And then she'll even like jump on my bed and like get in my face and it starts screaming in my face. And if I still don't get up, she literally pulls my hair. I don't know how she learned to do this, but she'll literally bite my hair like this and then yank. My cat's so aggressive. But that's what she does. If I don't feed her fast enough, that's what happens. I get screamed at and my hair pulled. Yeah, Moo loves those, it's not zip ties, but like, you know the thingies? I don't know how to explain it. It's usually wrapped, it's like I don't know. It's like usually like a wire wrapped in some kind of plastic and you can kind of like curl it around like that. I forgot what they're called. You curl it around like that to like close a bag or something. Moo loves those. She loves those. She loves, yeah. It's like I buy her toys, but she prefers the random shit that, you know, the random shit that just, you know, I get for free, like a box. Yeah, twist ties. Thank you. She likes twist ties and she likes hair ties too. Oh, she loves those. I want cursed pictures of Moo Kitty. I don't know if there are. Are there cursed? I don't know. I mean, yeah. I have to get her, like, when she's screaming at me. Moo does this thing that annoys the hell out of me. I think I talked about it before, but she does this thing that annoys me. Because she does it so many times. I don't know if any of your cats do this, but like her food bowl, right? And when she decides like she's done, at least for that, she doesn't want it, she swipes around it. She'll swipe this way, and then she swipes that way, and then she swipes this way, and then she swipes that way, and she does that. And it's like, it's just, she'll do it like, it's like a bunch of times. And the best, she always does it. I really want to release bloopers of me recording my podcast, because about like 95% of it is me and Moo, because it's like she'd be quiet all day, and then the second I'm like, okay, I'm gonna record my podcast, she's like, all right, I'm gonna make as much noise as possible. And it's just me like having to wait till she's done, and a lot of it is her doing the swiping thing, and it's just like swipe, 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 and she does it like a bunch of times, and I'm like, okay, we get it, Moo. Okay, we get it. You're done eating for now. So you can stop announcing it. But I think it's like some kind of like instinct, because I think like some cats, like, I know tigers do, and I know Moo's not a tiger, but like they like to bury their food. Like they don't necessarily eat it all at once. They'll bury it to kind of, so like to come back to it later, I think. So it's kind of like, people have said that that's what it is. It's like almost mimicking, because she does do, like, if anything is around it, I have to like watch and make sure that I don't have like clutter around her food, because it will go on her food, and I'm like, oh my God. But yeah, I keep thinking about releasing bloopers, because it's fun. I think it's funny, because it's like pretty much either me yelling at Moo, or it's like me fumbling really badly, like with the same word 6 times, and finally being like, oh, getting angry. Oh yeah, Moo did that. I've been trying to learn to crochet, and she just came out of nowhere and was just like, oh, and and I was like, no, I'm trying to learn a skill, and you're not helping. They're moopers. Yeah, they are moopers, but it's so funny. Cause I wish almost everyone could see the look on my face too, because it was like I remember the one time, one of the episodes that I was trying to record, and it was like she just was interrupting me constantly. Like it was really like a comedy act, because it was like either she wanted to eat, so I was like, okay, fine, I have to feed her, and then she was doing the swiping, and I was just like waiting for her. I'm like, are you done? Are you done? Are you done? And then she decided to like jump on things and knock things over, and I was like, you're usually not this rambunctious. Like, why are you choosing now to do it? She always waits. She waits for like the worst opportunity. She is definitely a child of Aries, but she's also a child of Hermes. Yeah, Hermes, like, she's got a lot of Hermes energy too. She's Aries energy because she's very like, or maybe more Artemis. I don't know, because she is a hunter. She loves hunting. But I also like, I laugh because I say like she's so aggressive with everything, even her love. Because you know how cats, do the nuzzle? They do that. Okay. Moo, it's not that gentle. Moo headbutts. It's bam! Rub, rub, rub. She literally headbutts you, bashes her head into your leg or wherever, and then rubs. Just like, why are you so violent, even with your love? So funny. She's like, what? And the worst, the funny thing too is she'll pick the worst areas on my body to do it. Like, I'll be sitting cross-legged, like at my altar, and she'll headbutt my knee. And I'm like, why do you pick the boniest part of me to bash your head against? I literally am pretty much squishy and soft, like everywhere else. Like, I'm a chubby girl. I got chubby thighs and everything. Like, there's a lot of other places that won't hurt you to bash your head against, but you choose like the boniest part. Damn cat. Yeah, Moo gets into her vocal moods too. Like, she will be pretty quiet, and then all of a sudden she doesn't shut up. But it's usually because, she's trying to tell me something. Like, me and her have developed, like, especially because I've had her since she was a baby. I was there when she was born. So I've had her since she was a baby. So it's like we developed this connection. So I kind of like know what she's saying to me. I know what she wants typically. And it's just so interesting how, two different species could learn to coexist together and kind of almost learn to communicate in their own ways. Because I think like me and her have like found a way to communicate with each other. Sometimes we just stare at each other. Like, she looks at me and I look at her and we're just like, okay. Yes, please, Aiden. Definitely message me cat pictures. And thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed your insights. Yeah, oh my god. Cats are like the just the supreme judgers. How many times Moo just stares at me with the most judgmental look. I'm like, don't judge me, Moo, okay? This is who I am and you know it. Well, I did a lot on my ranting. Anybody have anything they want to talk about? Or are we going to keep talking about cats? I mean, I could talk about cats. My cat wakes up and glares at the world. I love that. Just glares. Ugh, the world's still here. It still sucks. I don't know what else to talk about. I did all my ranting, so I don't know if anybody has anything that you want to discuss, any questions you have. Well, I guess now would be Moo Kitty is in her, as I call it, her cave. It's in her cave. It's like my back area where it's mostly storage, but she's taken it over as like her, probably because I can't get to her as easily, and she's got places to hide. That's where she is right now. I'm actually surprised she hasn't come out yet. I really kind of expected her to come out by now, but she probably realized that I'm doing the stream, so she's like, nope, not going to be on camera. But technically I didn't. I did talk about Zeus, but I technically didn't talk about him in the full context of just how much I love him and everything. So I could talk about Zeus. So the thing about Zeus is, again, it kind of goes back to the idea that everyone focuses so much on the mythology, and the mythology through the lens of, modern ideals and modern beliefs, and not how the ancient Greeks saw things. But there's so much about Zeus that isn't really in the myths. Or again, it is, but it's like it gets overlooked. So Zeus is so beloved by the ancient Greeks. And as I said previously, one of the ways we could see that is the fact that he has so much, a vast amount of mythology about him, which shows that the Greeks were really comfortable writing stories about him, or at least that had him in them. Because we know that really the mythology wasn't actually about the gods. It was about other things. Yeah, exactly. It's a good way to say it. The mythology is a product of his time, and that's really what it was. And the thing is that Zeus is the father. He's looked at as our father, and he has all the qualities of that. He is a leader, and he is a god of justice. That's why everybody goes you see it in the stories where everybody goes to him. He's the one that has to fairly and justly decide the outcomes of these arguments or these squabbles or these, dilemmas and everything. And they go to him because he's seen as being fair. He's the one, the thing is too, it's like he is connected to Apollo in terms of the reason Apollo is the god of prophecy is because Apollo is the one that can see into Zeus's mind. And Zeus is the one that can see everything. It's Zeus who is the one that knows everything and sees everything because he's connected to the fates. And Apollo sees into his mind, and that's how Apollo is able to give out his prophecies. Zeus is, it's just like Zeus is, again, he's just so much more than, people just focus so much on the mythology of him and these stories of him, cheating on Hera and, possibly like, tricking girls into sleeping with him, or what it seems like kidnapping them or forcing himself on them, when that's not the takeaway. The point of those stories is because it's about the children that get made. It's not about anyone else other than the children that get made in those stories, because typically those children go on to do extraordinary things. They're either heroes or they're kings or they're both. They go on to establish, to legitimize and establish lands. They go on to, win glorious battles. And it's like, that's the point. It's like, you need to connect these great people to Zeus, because Zeus is seen as like, that's top tier. Like, if you want to be seen as a leader, of course, the god of leadership, the god of kings, the god of all gods, you want to be related to him. So that's really what it was about. So it bothers me, because it's like, again, and I definitely want to talk about, because I don't really talk about my relationship with Zeus, but I definitely want to talk more about it. That is just, the way people describe him is just not him at all. He really is basically everything you would want in a dad. That's how, at least, I see him as. But even I think that's how the Greeks saw him as. Like, that's the head of the household, because that was considered, pretty much the father. He's fair, he's just, he's wise, he's a great leader. And again, this is also goes back to the idea of learning about Greek history and their values and cultures, because you will see in the way that how they view leaders and how they view kings and what they're expected to, the qualities they're expected to have. I was just learning about, this idea of how the Greeks saw leadership and how they weren't about this, complete, like, they weren't about, because they saw tyrants as people who didn't get their power legitimately, and people who didn't care about how, like, what they did with their power, that they just kind of did things without thinking about, the land and the people and everything, that there was no accountability. Like, they believed that like rulers and leaders and all that should be held accountable, and like they need to be thinking about other people and not just themselves. So it's like this, and when you see that, when you get that, then you understand more how they look at Zeus, because Zeus is Zeus is the ultimate leader. So it's kind of like, especially again, like, he's seen as a very fair and just ruler. There's a lot of respect there, as there should be, because Zeus, I always see Zeus, and I actually really want to, I'm like really been really inspired to write more about Zeus, specifically maybe like, because I've talked a lot about, like, modern mythology and how we as a community should absolutely be writing more stories that depict the gods the way we see them, and with our own values in them, and modern elements in it. And, that, we deserve our own myths, just like how the ancient Greeks had theirs. we deserve to have our own. So I've been kind of really inspired to do that with Zeus, but I can't decide if I want to actually write a full-on story or have it be a poem. But the idea is kind of like when you look at Zeus, like I see someone who's actually sacrificing a lot, because, you know, his position doesn't really allow him to think much about himself and about what he wants, because, and you can see this in the Iliad too, because as the god that has to pretty much enact fate, like he's kind of the one that he is bound by fate, and he kind of has to be the one that help make sure that things go the way the fates say they're going to go. Which means that he doesn't have any room for his own desires and his own emotions. Like in the Iliad, when, you know, his son is going to die and it pains him. Or that Priam is, he knows that he's going to die and he loves him, but he knows he can't do anything to stop it. He actually has to help make it happen. And that must be very difficult position to be in, you know, where you have to enact fate regardless of how you personally feel about the people being affected by it. And you have to push your own feelings aside, and like, because, you know, you're bound by fate. And also in the Iliad, specifically when he talks about the possibility of wanting to save his son, Hera says to him, no, you can't, because if you save your son, then everybody else is going to want to save their kids. Basically, the idea that he's a role model, that all the gods look up to him. So again, he's got to think about everybody else. He's got to think about the image and the message that he is portraying to everybody, to the other gods, to the mortals. Exactly, Aurora, he does. He sets an example. And so he's got to, so a lot of it is like, and because he's got to be the fair and just one, again, he's got to kind of push all his biases and his emotions or whatever aside and really make sure that he's giving the fair, you know, he's listening to everybody and he's giving a fair judgment on it all. You know, there's no room for error with him at all. Not to say the gods do, but it's kind of, when you look at the other gods, like me and Ayla have this whole thing, because we've talked a lot about this, but we kind of have this whole thing of, it explains, like this kind of explains a lot of like how Zeus looks at Ares, and how a lot of myths and everything talks about how almost like Zeus doesn't like Ares and like looks down on him and everything. But like me and Ayla were saying that it's not that. It's more of like he's kind of a little bit envious of Ares, because Ares out of all of them, he is all about reacting, and he's not really bound to any rules, or like his kind of realm is a little bit more in like anarchy. I mean, he is the god of also civil order, but that's when things are going good, you know? But he's kind of all about emotions and reacting and doing whatever he feels is right, and basing, you know, yeah, exactly. Ares can pretty much do what he wants to do. Like, while for Zeus, he can't be reactionary. He can't like be emotional at all. He has to be more rational, and he's got to think about he's got to see the whole picture. You know, Aries can just focus on one thing and just dive headfirst into it. It is, right? That's sort of like, I think more about Zeus, and I'm like, it is kind of a little bit heartbreaking that, you know, he kind of like, he has to uphold. He's got to pretty much uphold all of the values on his own shoulders. Like the other gods help, but they have a little bit more wiggle room than he does, I feel like. Because he's, you know, he's Zeus. You know, he's the father. He's the one that has to run the household. He has to run everything. And he has to just always be on point. So it's kind of like, bothers me that people look down on him. Because I'm like, you know, everything that he probably has to sacrifice in order to, like, keep things in order and to keep things, you know, running smoothly and all. And I don't know. I have a very, very strong relationship with Zeus that kind of, like, slowly developed, and then it was just like all of a sudden I just realized that he's basically my guardian. That's kind of how I refer to him as, because it's like, it's very different than my other relationships with the gods, because my other relationships with God, there's very much like there's a purpose in terms of what we're working on. Like, we're working on certain things. Like me and Apollo are working on, you know, my, like, establishing better habits and adding more structure to my life and being more consistent and having more self-discipline. With Artemis, we're learning about silence and being able to be still and connecting more with nature and meditation and things like that. And Aphrodite, it's still working on self-love and positivity and being kinder to myself and others, and you know, learning to make myself a priority and set boundaries, and my issues around relationships and getting better at that. Hermes, it's just laughing more and stop taking everything so seriously and getting better at trying new things and being more adventurous. But with Zeus, it's more of like he's just there overseeing things. It is like a father that's just kind of like checking in and just like watching over and just seeing, you doing okay? I want you to know I'm proud of you. You're doing great, you know? And like, or if I'm upset, just kind of being like, it's okay. I got you. You're okay. You know, it's a very that kind of relationship. And he just kind of like pops in. But at the same time, I almost feel like he's always there. And I just, yeah, like, he was there when I started doing my shadow work, and he was like standing behind me, like, and I just felt this just intense energy that I just knew was him, because it could only be the energy of Zeus. But it felt very like, it felt like that, like, father energy that you want to have, that very safe, protective, but also very warm and gentle energy. And he's just, it bothers me because he's not at all like how a lot of people want to make him out to be. He is so kind, and he's so thoughtful, and he's very, at least with me, he's very gentle. Yeah, like, I just love Zeus so much. And the more I learn about him, the more I grow to love him even more. And I feel like I start to see more of who he is. And at least parts of him that I feel like people just don't take the time. You know, that's really what this is. It's like people don't even take the time. They just are, they have this image in their head of what it is, and they just accept that, and then they decide to talk shit, but they don't actually take the time to see the truth, or at least to just, you know, maybe like check in to see if what you believe is actually true, you know? But people just don't take the time. And then when you try to explain it to them, a lot of them just don't want to hear it. And they just point to the myths, and you're just like, that's not how mythology works, you know? This is, again, it wasn't about those relationships. It was about just having these children. That's what it was always about. And it's the same thing kind of happened with Apollo too. Because again, these were the gods that you most wanted to be connected with if you were supposed to be at all legitimate or powerful or whatever. It's you wanted to be seen as a, you know, related to Zeus or to Apollo. I mean, that's just like, that's not a new concept. You see that all throughout history where monarchs are said, you know, monarchs connect themselves to the divine in some way. Like like a whole bunch of civilizations have been doing that to legitimize rule. That's just what, so it's like, it's no different. But it's just like, if you don't look past mythology, then you don't at all get the whole story. And then again, the part that just bothers me the most is when people, instead of just being like, well, this is what I believe, or just being like, well, Zeus makes me uncomfortable, it turns into, well, I don't think anyone should worship Zeus, or you shouldn't worship Zeus, or, you know, it turns into, again, that putting up the barrier when it's like, that's not fair, you know? And again, and especially with, you know, with Hera doesn't have, like, Hera's not that great to the women that, well, women at all. Like, so again, it's just like, why are we absolving some gods of their problematic mythology, but not others? And that's just where I get annoyed. You're right, Lisa. We do that now. Yeah, Hades has a lot of work to do. It's funny because like Ayla always talks about, and it's like it's like one of my favorite things now. Ayla always talks about how, because one of the things too is a lot of people don't realize that the gods care, like when the gods, especially Zeus, the people that they're going to punish are going to be the ones with power. Because the ones with power are having the biggest effect. You know what I mean? That's why I really believe that when lightning struck the Washington Monument, and then recently when it struck the Statue of Liberty, that was Zeus. That was like Zeus being like, oh, hell no, this is not okay. Because we have shitty leadership that's getting people killed. Literally, he's getting people killed. He has people have been dying all this year because of his awful leadership. And that's Zeus being like, we got to get this guy out of here. You guys have to do something about this. Because they are more harder and like more going to punish. Because when you even look at mythology and in Homer and everything, it's the kings they're all kings or in some kind of like leadership role or important people. They're the ones that are getting punished because they have more power and authority, and they're causing like a whole bunch of lives to be changed or to be lost. And Also, and this is the part that Ayla said that I kind of like love, she was like, and when all these people are dying because of the ineffectiveness of this leader, that gets Hades involved, because now you have all of these people dying and going to Hades, and that's something Hades has to deal with. So Zeus is upset that he's got that Hades is pissed and has more work. And I was just like, just imagining Zeus being like, no, I don't want to see my brother. No. Why? God, this person's going to make me have to deal with my brother. And I was like, it's the truth. It like affects so much. And I think that's a good thing to keep in mind for people who get so worried about the gods are going to punish them for doing something very trivial. It's like, no, the gods typically only did those things for people who, not the average person who really doesn't have, like, you not giving an offering when you said you were going to give an offering, yeah, maybe they'll get a little, get a little PO'd about it because, you promised or whatever, but you're not going to get really, punished for it. They just be like, listen, or maybe you'll get trolled, but you're not going to get, punished, because at the end of the day, that didn't affect anyone but them. You didn't get people killed, So... So it's like, that's kind of, when people get all upset about, or people get worried about that the gods are going to punish them for something really small. It's not usually like that. They're kind of save those reactions for, that's another reason why, and I'm going back to the very beginning of this live stream, that's why, the whole hexing the moon situation, I had a hard time thinking that the gods were really that upset, because this isn't really something that's going to affect everyone, because it's not even happening. It didn't happen. It's not, and even if they tried, nothing was going to happen, so it's like, that's usually not how they operate. They don't get that upset over things that don't really have a huge consequence to it. Exactly, yeah. Especially, and again, and going back to the other point we made, when there's things happening that is killing people. Pretty sure they're going to be more pissed about that than they are about something stupid like hexing the moon. That can't happen and didn't happen. I think a lot of it just kind of, again, goes back to kind of just thinking about things and having discussions with each other. I think I talked about that in my last live stream, is just the idea of having civilized discussions with one another is so important, because sometimes we don't think of things, and then someone else does and tells us, and we're like, oh, I didn't even think of it that way. One of the things I love about my relationship with Ayla is because I have someone to really talk deeply about our religion and how we see the gods and our beliefs around it, and talk about the things that we're learning. Having her in my life has been one of the best things for my religion, because it's having that kind of friend to be able to talk to is just kind of take it to a whole new level, where I've just been able to think more about and have someone introduce me to different ideas and things that I might not have even thought of on my own, that I can actually think more about and deeply about. So I just think it's just important that we research and we learn and we share and we talk with one another. Instead of it being so, that actually was another concept I wanted to talk about. The idea that I feel like it's almost like we're all in a competition or a contest with one another. I kind of get this feeling, at least, that some of us either know we're part of it or we don't realize we're part of it, where I feel like instead of it being seen as like a community, I think some of us do, like we all definitely are very, and I know a lot of people that it's not like that, but I feel like for a lot of people it's a competition to see who can be more loved by the gods or who can have the best relationship with the gods. I'm kind of starting to feel it's like, or like who knows the most. Because it just always seems like, not always, but it seems like, I feel like people are just trying to one-up each other all the time. You know, or people feel like they have to, when someone says something, they have to at least meet them there, whether they're there or not. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that sees this. It definitely does. Especially with discussions, you're right. It does seem like it's, well, Apollo said this to me, because it's always Apollo. It's always Apollo. Everybody wants to, this is my thing that I say to Ayla all the time, and I should probably start saying more. I should start going along with my Homerine shit. Another tagline of mine. Everybody wants to be the Pythia. Everybody wants to be the Pythia. Everybody wants to be that important and have that kind of relationship with Apollo. That is what a lot of people want so badly. And that's the problem, is I feel like people's goals is kind of determined by what they're seeing on the internet, for what they're seeing other people saying their relationships are like, instead of just having things organically develop and just, you know, thinking about your own relationship and seeing the value in that instead of trying to compare it to what other people are doing and then trying to match that. Yeah. So the thing too is I've heard stories that where there are people who say that, like, they're, you know, they want to be, that not even they want to be, that Apollo wants them to be his priest or priestess, right? But then they don't know basic information about Apollo. Like, they don't know, all they know is that he's the god of prophecy and music. But that they didn't know that he's the god of knowledge, the god of science, the god of math, the god of truth, the god of philosophy. They didn't know any of that. And I'm like, the god of knowledge wants you to be his priest or priestess, but you don't even know enough about him to know that he's the god of knowledge. See, like, to me, that feels very, again, like I just want to be seen as more special than everybody else. Because this happens a lot with Apollo specifically. I see it most with Apollo. I don't see it as much with everybody else. I see it with Apollo, where people are like, well, Apollo wants me to do this, Apollo wants me to be this, and blah, blah, blah. But then it's like, basic information isn't known, which is just, for me, like, for certain gods, it's not necessarily like that out of, because I think, like, with Aphrodite, considering Aphrodite is very emotional and she's very about, like, self-love and healing and self-care, that I think that I could be more prone to think that, you know, someone like her would maybe be like, you're really good at healing, you're really good at spreading this message of self-love and self-care and positivity, that I want you to help spread that message, because that's my message. And I don't necessarily think, like, I mean, you should know basic knowledge and everything, but I would be at least more prone to think, to not necessarily be like this, if someone said Aphrodite. But Apollo, because he, out of all of them, is so big with research, he's pretty much the god of research, is going to be like, yeah, I want you. Yeah, okay, thank you, Nyla. Like, I'm happy I'm not, even though I don't like that this is happening, I'm happy I'm not, like, because sometimes I'm like, am I just seeing, you know? I feel like there is a lot of, people want to be a prophet. People want to be the Pythia. They want to have they want to stand out, you know, among the sea of followers. They want to be seen as the favorite, or be seen as the one with the best relationship. And then because of that, they're like making themselves out to be like, and they're also adding, it's just, the thing too is like, it's dangerous sometimes too, because it's like, when you take the title of priest or priestess, like, that fucking means something, you know? Like, it shouldn't just be used as just because you want to feel better about yourself, or because it's like, it's, you know, it's a cool thing, you know? It's a little different. That especially is different than saying you have an intimate relationship with the gods, or you're a god spouse, because that doesn't really, you know, that doesn't affect other people. You know, other people aren't going to be like, oh, you're a god spouse, I should listen to you. No, people are just like, okay, you know, you have that. That doesn't really affect, you know, I really don't care how people use those terms at all. That doesn't bother me as much. But when people want, you know, and then especially when you say that the god wanted you to be a priest or a priestess, now you're adding another layer of it, that if it's not, if you're just doing this for your own, like, your own, to get attention, or because you're insecure about your place within the circle of Apollo or whatever, whoever god, that's you know, it's, being a priest or a priestess isn't just about your own title. Like, if people are going to come to you and looking for answers, people are going to come to you for help with, you know, and like, you have to be ready for that. But it's like, that just kind of almost, if you're doing things because of, for your own gain, for your own feelings, like, that's a recipe to create a cult, you know, or just to have, to manipulate people and to take advantage of people, because now you're not doing this because you want to genuinely help people, or you want to actually answer a call from Apollo. You're doing this for your own, your own gain, your own benefit. And that's not how that's supposed to work. How one, see, okay, there's a lot of, the idea of being a priest or a priestess, there's Reconstructionists, there is like a, I'm pretty sure there is kind of like a what's the word I'm looking for? A curriculum? I don't know. Something that you have to go through or whatever. But revivalists, unfortunately, like, we don't have that, because it's so, you know, the way revivalists do things is very much like our own way. So there really isn't like a program that you follow or whatever. So unfortunately, like, in the revivalist circle, anyone can just take the title of it, and they do. unfortunately, as I just said, they will take the title. Some people though are really, because I've talked to people. People always ask me, how do I become, a priest or a priestess? I'm thinking about it and blah blah. So there are some people who are really genuine about it, but there are other people who just decide, because they want to feel special and feel like they're better than everybody else. They're like, oh, I'm gonna be, and they just kind of take the title, especially the ones that are just like, well, Apollo said he wanted me to, so now I am. And there's no way to kind of like, there's no certificate for that or proof of any of that. So it's kind of like a lot of it. I always like encourage people to just kind of like be wary of anyone that uses that title. Just not necessarily like distrust them instantly, but be a little cautious and just kind of see how they behave and how they interact and everything before you put your trust in them. Like I go back and forth with my use of the term priestess and in regards to myself. I'm slowly trying to embrace it more. But the reason for me why I started embracing it more wasn't because I decided I was a priestess, wasn't because the gods decided I was a priestess. It was because the community kept calling me a priestess. The community kept saying, no, Jessie, you're a priestess. No, Jessie, no, I see you as a priestess. People kept calling me that. So I always, that's when I started realizing that it was, because I never wanted to come across as like, I think I'm better than everybody else, or that, oh, I'm a priestess, so you should listen to me. No, I didn't want to be hubris. I didn't want to have that arrogance, because I don't, even with taking the title, I don't think I'm better than anybody else. I just think it's more of like, I am in a position where I can and I'm going to help people. That's more of how I see the term. Like, typically in ancient Greece, the term was much more like you oversaw the temple and all the workings of the temple and things like that. That was really kind of, and more served the god, and I think that's how a lot of people still, because a lot of people are, I'm a priestess of Apollo, I'm a priest of Aphrodite, and I never actually, I don't say I'm a priestess of any god. Some people just automatically assume I'm a priestess of Aphrodite because I'm devoted to Aphrodite, but I've never actually said I'm a priestess of Aphrodite because I always see myself more as serving the community than serving the gods. But I serve the gods through serving the community. Because when I help the community, then they get, have better relationships with the gods, which that serves the gods. So that's how I always see it as. So I kind of see more myself as just like a priestess of Hellenic polytheism than but that's why it's me and Ayla were talking about that kind of, and she even said, well, I feel like if you were to pick a god, you would probably be a priestess of Zeus, because Zeus kind of is, it isn't just about him. It's like, I think one of his big temple or whatever had the other gods in it. So it's kind of like, almost like a good way to be like, serve the whole community, but be a priestess of a specific god. And I kind of like felt that, like I really related to that. I was just like, yeah, I think I would be a priestess of Zeus. But right now I'm still getting into like, still finding confidence in using the term. It still feels weird when I say it, like, oh yeah, I'm a priestess. Like, it still feels like, I'm like, but I think that's kind of, not to say that anyone who's confident about using the term is someone that you should be wary of. I think anyone who claims to be a priest or a priestess, I always suggest being a little cautious around, just to feel out how they behave, you know, and how they operate, and where they're coming from, and things like that. Yeah, you're right, Nyla. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like, I do agree that I think ultimately the term, I think, people kind of do use it as a way to just kind of like exert authority on people. And because of the way revivalism specifically is set up, there is kind of like, do we even need priests and priestess, especially because we don't really have temples and all that kind of stuff. But I think that's why it's kind of like, I don't, even when I sometimes use the word, like, I don't advertise it. Like, you don't really see it on any, like, I don't think I put it anyway in my bio on my website, and I don't have it on, like, I don't sit there and say, I'm a priestess. You know, because I kind of feel like a real priestess or a priest doesn't need to say it. I feel like you kind of exert the certain energy, especially with the way you teach and the way that you interact, that it just kind of happens. Like I said, I don't want to, this isn't like a pat myself on the back thing, but it's like, that's why I didn't start accepting the term until it was other people that pretty much gave it to me. Because that, to me, that's showing that what I'm doing, how I'm interacting, and, you know, how I hold myself is coming across as a priestess. You know, like, I feel like when you don't need to say it and other people are saying it for you, that says something. Yeah, they definitely do take it. A lot of people take advantage of the way revivalism is set up, which then gives revivalists a bad name, which is why some reconstructionists freaking attack us for our beliefs and everything. Oh, thank you, Shy. I know, I want to build a temple so bad. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, I just think it's kind of like, for me, like, and I talked about this before, why I didn't vibe with Catholicism, is I don't like authority, and I don't like people telling me what to do. So I think that helps me be in this position and do it well and effectively, because I'm not trying to tell anyone what to do, because I don't like people telling me what to do. So I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just here to, like, you know, like, open up some space for us to hang out and talk and share my beliefs and the things that I've learned. But, like, ultimately, it's like, do what you want. You know, I'm not here to exert any authority on anybody. Like, I don't want to do that. And I don't like doing that, because I hate it when it happens to me. I hate it when people try to come into my life and tell me what I should and shouldn't do, as if they, you know, as if it's like, you're not me. You're not this. Who are you? You know? And it's like, that's always how I get to when I just see anybody passing off their beliefs or their opinions as, like, truths and being like, this is how you have to do it. I'm always like, who the hell are you? Like, who are you? Like, you're just some dude on the internet. Like, what right do you have to tell anybody how to do anything? You know? Oh my God, that makes me really uncomfortable. The whole, as an oracle of sir, this is what you should do. Oh my goodness. That's the red flag right there. That is the red flag. Anybody who talks like that, like, oh, as a priestess or as an oracle, as this, you know, as if that means anything. those are the people that you have to run far away from, because those are people who are just stroking their own ego. And that unfortunately runs rampant in the community, which is why, like, we have to learn to notice it, is because a lot of people are in the community stroking their own ego. It is about their own ego. It's about, you know, making themselves feel better about themselves. It's making themselves, like, being condescending and making themselves just seem more superiority complex and things like that. A lot of people are doing that. And it sucks, because it really does affect other people, you know? It really does, because people will listen to that, especially as we talked about before. People, you know, the baby witches and the baby Hellenics are like, well, I don't know any better, and this person's an oracle. That sounds important. I need to listen to everything they say. You know, and then cults are formed that way. Yeah, Sabrina, there is so much gatekeeping. It sucks. And that gatekeeping gets me. Like, the beauty of specifically Hellenic polytheism is that it is open to everybody. It is open to all of us, and we can have these beautiful relationships with the gods. And again, if you are not going to be someone who helps spread that message and who helps people make those connections, then you're causing problems for the gods and for the community. And I just don't get it. Yeah, absolutely, Aurora. You're right. That's a big problem too, is people think that their own experiences are the only way things work, you know? And it's like, actually, there's so many ways to experience the gods, and the gods come to us in different ways. You know, epithets are a thing for a reason, because it showcases that there are different aspects and different sides to a god, which means we might have different experiences. Like, for me, Apollo is very strict. He's very blunt. He's not cracking jokes. He's, you know, he can kind of be a little mean. he's not there for my emotions. He's like, no, I'll let Aphrodite deal with this. No, you're throwing yourself a pity party. I don't like it. You know, he's very like that. But I know for other people, he's not. He's a lot more gentle. He's a lot more kinder. He's a lot more understanding. He's not as pushy or forceful. And a lot of it is because we're dealing with different aspects, because we're going to respond to different aspects. You know, like there are people who, because of how they were raised, that kind of like that very strict, stern energy can be very triggering. You know, it can be very traumatizing. And Apollo knows that that's not going to work for that worshiper. That he needs to be, you know, more understanding and gentle with how he approaches them and how he works with them. And then for me, I need that. It's what I need. I can handle it, and I need it. You know, especially because I already have Aphrodite, as he always says. You already have Aphrodite that's going to coddle you. You don't need more coddling. I'm like, okay, Apollo, thanks. And there's also the idea, too, that some of us don't need, because we vibe better. You know what I mean? Like how certain personalities might just vibe better with certain aspects of a god. You know what I mean? Yeah. Exactly. It's Sky. It's like who I was thinking about. Sky. Like me and Ayla have a certain relationship with Apollo, but Apollo has a very different relationship with Sky. You know, because first off, Sky doesn't need Apollo to be the way that he needs to be with me and Ayla, because Sky definitely vibes more with Apollo. You know, Sky is like super on the mark and just very no, Sky is super smart and just super organized and super, you know, they got their Excel and just, you know, able to just organize stuff and stay on goal and just focused. And while me and Ayla have much more like Dionysus and Hermes energy that's just like, and Aphrodite, we're just emotional creatures that are just like, I'm in my feelings, you know, and just kind of like, I'm going to follow my mood and gets easily distracted by things. And it's kind of like, you know, so we need Apollo to be a little bit more like, you know, but Apollo doesn't need to do that with Sky, because Sky's already doing all of it on their own, you know. Apollo's just like, this is my reward for having to deal with these two. So, you know, so it's kind of like, because of who we are and because of our past experiences and everything and what we need, we're likely to get different aspects of a god, you know? Because I know somebody also on Tumblr, we were talking about this, and someone talked about how Dionysus is with them. That Dionysus is very actually hard on them and very strict and very demanding, which to me sounded a lot like how Apollo was with me. And Dionysus is not like that with me. Although Dionysus isn't allowed in my house right now. But that's because with me, Dionysus is like very emotional and dramatic and like, you know, like kind of like no rules, this is anarchy kind of thing, you know? Very opposite of what Apollo wants me to do. So that's why Dionysus isn't allowed in my house. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly, Sky. I feel like it's a compromise of what you need and what the god needs from you, or has to teach you, and finding balance. Exactly. I agree with that completely. It definitely is a balance. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Nyla, that yeah, they definitely treat the gods like K-pop idols, and they bash other gods in order to uplift their bias, you know, their favorite. Or as I always say, the one that they want to sleep with. Because it always happens to be the pretty young boys, right? The pretty young boys. And then the older, the only exception is Hades, but that's because everyone reimagined Hades as being like this, you know, this cute little emo goth boy. The little emo goth boy of their dreams. So now he's, I always hate to say it, but it's like, now he's, I can't, something's like, that's so disrespectful, don't say it. Now he's fuckable. I can't believe, oh my god. I don't mean it that way. Don't anyone get mad at me. Yeah. Laura Olympus probably definitely had a hand in that. But I think that's literally what it is. It's a lot of it, again, it gets turned into a fandom. People view it as a fandom. They view it like as if they're part of the Percy Jackson or Laura Olympus fandom, instead of being part of an actual belief system or religion. And it's annoying. It's annoying too when it he's my father, not my daddy. Yeah, it must be really hard to think that, like, you know, all these people want to sleep with your divine dad. But what was I saying? Oh, yeah, the problem again, it's, you know, people want to believe certain things, whatever. It's when they're affecting other people, especially when they show up on posts or whatever made by other people who are actually, you know, treating this like a religion instead of a fandom, and they're like, Zeus is a rapist. You know, or they sit there and they say, you know, they do basically what Twitter stands do. Zeus is a rapist, stan Hades instead. And it's like, no. I mean, I love Hades, but yeah, there's zero respect. Yeah, that too. When, yeah, you get bashed, you're seen as like an apologist. And it's like, no, I just did my fucking research. Hi, look who's here. He's a little kitty. She heard me yelling. She was like, oh no, Mom's upset, I must come out. No, I'm just ranting. I'm not upset, I'm just ranting. Yeah, absolutely, Sabrina. They do. They struggle with separating the actual religion and the actual gods from the mythical gods. As I, you know, it was like one of my favorite things that I did in my podcast was when I kind of made that, like, you know, the real Zeus and the mythical Zeus. I was like, oh, I feel smart. But it's the truth, because it's like mythology, they're really more, it's, I always look at pretty much mythology pretty much the same way that I look at Percy Jackson. You know, the gods in Percy Jackson. Like, that's not the gods I worship. Those are just characters of the gods. You know, fictional versions of them. Why are you staring at me? Yes. Exactly, Sky. Yeah, people always like with how they choose to worship gods. There's a lot of like misconceptions around that too, with how like just I'm actually gonna write a whole blog post about that on how I think one should go about like choosing to worship a god and everything, because I think there's so much misinformation where people kind of like, again, do the whole like claiming, I've been claimed, you know, and it's like, not to say that it doesn't happen. I personally don't kind of think about like claiming. I think I see more as like reaching out, like gods reach out. I think claiming makes it, that just sounds like it's coming from Percy Jackson. You know what I mean? Because that's what they called it, right? Isn't that what I don't remember, but I think it's kind of like what they called it. And so I think it just, again, it goes along with people using certain words or titles to make themselves look like to try and win the competition that we're all apparently in. What are you doing? Can you not eat things off the floor? That would be great. You literally have a bowl full of food. Oh man, I feel for you as a worshiper of both Zeus and Poseidon. Yeah, It must not be easy. They definitely, the two of them get the most shit. And I would actually, you know, as much as Zeus gets a lot of shit, I feel like he gets defended a lot more than Poseidon does. That's an interesting way of looking at it, Scott, that like our souls are reaching out, not the gods. I always think that the gods are only because, well, I mean, it could be a mixture of both. Like your soul sends out some kind of energy that gets the gods' attention and then they show up. Because I kind of really believe that, you know, I'm always a big believer in when the gods reach out to you, it's because they want to help you with something. And me and Ayla were talking about this, and Ayla always said that sometimes it's like when Aphrodite shows up, as much as she loves Aphrodite, a lot of times it's not like there's a reason for it, and it's, you know, it's because like she's upset and she needs, you know, Aphrodite to like help calm her down and to, you know, help with her self-love and everything like that. It's kind of like, in a way, it's almost like like an alarm being set off that there's something that's happening that you need help with. And for me, that's very much been my experience with the gods. They've all showed up because I've needed help with something. And when they're not around that much, and a lot of people get very worried when gods disappear, and it's actually a good thing when they disappear because it means that you're doing better and you're improving, that you don't need them around all the time anymore. Because lately, the one that I've been feeling the most is Apollo. It's been mostly me and Apollo. Hermes shows up every once in a while because he usually does to kind of keep my interactions with Apollo light, because too much Apollo can be a lot. So Hermes is kind of the comic relief. But Aphrodite, I actually really haven't. On Fridays, I feel her because that's our days. But other than that, she hasn't really been around much. And a lot of that is because I'm doing a lot better in terms of like, do you want to come on and say hi? Move your butt. You got to see her for a little bit. But it's because I've been doing a lot better. Like, I'm no longer in therapy. I've been a lot happier. I've been a lot more stable with my emotions. And so it's kind of like she hasn't had to be here for me because I'm handling it all on my own. Apollo's been around because I have all, you know, what Apollo's been helping me with is where we're focusing on now, especially now that I got a lot of my emotional stuff under control. I can now focus in on the things that Apollo wants to teach me, which is, you know, more structure and self-discipline and creating better habits, especially in terms of my health and my well-being. So it's kind of like Aphrodite helped me put the foundation down, and now Apollo's helping me build on it. But so I don't take Aphrodite's like absence as a bad thing. I actually see it as a good thing. It means that I'm doing well, and she sees that, so she can take a step back and kind of let me, you know, do my thing and keep, and kind of, it's like almost like when, you know, your child is learning to walk, and at first, like, you hold their hands and you, or no, better yet, bicycle. You know, they're riding a bicycle and you hold it for them until they like learn their balance, and then you let go and then let them do it on their own. it's that kind of same concept with the gods. A lot of it is like they're going to hold your hand, but then once you start figuring things out on your own and you start making progress, they're going to pull away because you have to learn to do things on your own. You can't always rely on them to, help you with things. Because the goal is for you to learn to manage these things on your own, or for them to be kind of like second nature, where you don't need to necessarily be reminded to do it or need to turn to them to remind you to do it, So it's like, yeah, I don't even know where I started with this conversation. But, see how she's sitting away, not looking at me? This is what she does. This is, I want to be around you, but I don't want you to know I want to be around you. So I'm going to face the other direction. No! Maybe scratch your pants? Yeah, scratch. Let's see her. There she is. There we go! Then she turns away. She's like, no. But yeah, like that's how at least I view it. Oh yeah, we were talking about gods reach out, how gods reach out. Yeah, she is a diva. Yeah, we're talking about gods reaching out. So that's what I think. I think a lot of, at least for me, the interactions with gods has a lot to do with them wanting to help us with things or support us through things. Like that's how I see it as. That's why it's always interesting for me when people kind of talk about how the concept of working with gods and how that's disrespectful. Although a lot of people, the problem with working with gods is there's a lot of depth, like there's a lot of meaning depending on who we're talking about. Because I know working with is usually used for witches specifically who aren't worshiping gods at all, but who are just working with them on something, whether it be a spell or any kind of ritual or other workings that they're doing. And it's usually like a temporary thing. And I know some people don't like that, mainly because I know there are some witches who treat it more as like the gods are like ingredients, or that like they have the power to, tell these gods what to do or to summon these gods whenever they feel like, kind of thing. So that I get. But like in terms of like what I'm talking about, it just naturally happened. Like it's not like I went into this mindset of like, I'm going to work with the gods. It just kind of developed that way. That for me, it's just kind of, I don't know any other way. Like I can't just worship the gods without it being like we're working on something. Because it's not even just like I say something. They're the ones that are like, okay, we're going to work on this. Like this is what Apollo does all the time. He literally was like, okay. Like one day, I was feeling really like, I was really exhausted, and it was like wasn't even noon yet, and I was so exhausted, and I was just like, oh man, like I'm really sleepy, and it's not even noon yet. Like what's going on? And Apollo was like, have you eaten yet? And I was like, no. And Apollo was like, and I'm like, but I don't eat breakfast. And then all of a sudden it turned into, okay, we're going to start meal planning. And I'm like, what? Meal planning? Like, he's got me planning my whole life. Like, everything is about planning now. I have to plan my meals. I have to plan when I'm, like, when I'm reading. Like, he's got me planning everything now. Because he's like, if you don't have a plan, you're just going to default to sitting on the couch and watching Netflix and eating junk food, because that's just where you are right now. You have zero self-discipline. So you're not going to if it's left to you deciding what it is you're going to want to do at any point in time, you're going to pick the easiest thing to do. That is usually the worst thing for you to do. Like, well, Apollo, thanks for calling me out. He's not wrong. Yes, I knocked things over. Okay, don't judge me. That's a good way to say, Scott, like learning from them. That's a good way to look at it. I always just like working with, because it's like we're actually like working. But I know some people, like, I think it's one of those things where it's like use whatever terms you want. You know, I liked using working with, and I personally use it interchangeably with worship, because to me it's the same thing. Because when I realized that because they told me that. Like, I struggled so much with establishing a real meaningful like devotional routine that I would stick with and be consistent with. And it was like, you know, trying to do the typical stuff of like being at the altar, lighting candles, giving offerings, praying, and that whole thing. And it was like I would do it for a little bit, and then I'd stop for a while, and then I'd try to pick it up again. And it was always like, and Apollo was just like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm trying to worship you. And he's like, you do know that researching counts, right? And I was like, well, now that you say it, yeah. He goes, I would much rather have you read your damn Socrates book and learn something and then be able to share that with everybody else than you struggling to light a damn candle for me every day and failing. And I was just like, well, okay, Apollo. So I think that's a big problem too. I've noticed is we all have. I'm saying we all. I don't want to generalize all of you, but a lot of people like have a very strict view of what worship is and what it looks like, you know, and what it entails. And the gods constantly have to tell me, like, you're missing the point completely. Good night, Scott. Thank you so much for hanging out. Like, I lost my train of thought. What was I? Oh my god. Oh, yeah, how we worship. That it looks like one way, and it can only be defined one way. But the gods always are telling me, like, because I'll be like, I'm such a shitty worshiper. I haven't been to my altar in like a month, and they're like, what have you been doing? And I'm like, I don't know. I haven't been doing anything. They're like, were you answering asks on Tumblr? I'm like, yeah. Were you doing live streams? Yeah. Were you writing posts about us? Yeah. Were you talking to Ayla about us? Yeah. Did you read about us? Yeah. They're like, you were worshiping us this whole time. Especially because it's like, in a lot of ways, of course, you know, this isn't to knock the traditional ways of doing stuff, because, you know, especially if it gives you meaning, then it's worth it. But, like, if you think about it in terms of what's beneficial for them, you know, doing this, what we're doing right here, this is worship. You know, this is worship. We're sitting here together and we're dedicating time to talk about them and to share our love for them, share our experiences, and educate each other and brainstorm with each other. we're helping each other grow in our worship. We're helping educate one another. That's important. And that benefits them, because once we leave this live stream, now we're going to, maybe research different things that we were like, oh, now, someone mentioned something in the chat on the live stream and I want to look into it, or we feel more like, oh, I love Zeus. I want to, interact more with him. Or I want to learn more about him because maybe I do have some biases and I want to not have those biases. Like, this kind of interaction helps them a lot. When we learn more, then we're able to do more. We're able to kind of we become more connected to our devotion and to the gods. We also help to educate each other more, because now when you learn stuff, and if you see someone saying something that's inaccurate or someone's asking questions, you can be like, hey, I read this and and now that inspires someone else in their worship. It all comes back to benefiting the gods in some way. And we don't see it like that because we're so focused on seeing worship as this one thing that has to be giving physical offerings and being at an altar and lighting candles, and definitely for me, it's definitely that perfectionism, things have to be a certain way or else it doesn't count. When you have to kind of think about the outcome of certain things that you do, where, for me, I help people with their relationships with the gods. That counts, especially to the gods. When I write posts, when I stream, when I make my podcast episodes, they're like, that counts more. They've said that. They're like, honestly, we'd much rather have you do that than just giving us offerings, because what you're doing now, that's more than just you. That's now more people, because I've had so many people, because of my podcast, have said to me, oh, I had a lot of negative feelings about Zeus, or I was really wary of Zeus, but after your episode, I really want to reach out to him. And, and it's because of me taking the time to make that episode, Zeus might have gained more followers. That's more important than lighting a candle for him and giving him offering. That is nice and thoughtful, yeah, but he gets more followers, he gets more offerings now because of that one act I did, and it's kind of thinking of it in terms of that, where if you're inspiring other people too, or interacting with other people, that helps the gods. So that counts as worship. That counts as an offering in a way, and more devotional acts. So, I'm so glad. I always love when people tell me that my podcast has helped them, especially when it helped, when it either changes their opinion on our God or helps them see them in a different light or learn more about them, because that was always the goal with those episodes specifically, especially the gods I chose. It was specifically about wanting to bring more awareness and wanting to help people see them for who they really are. And I love that it is inspired people to actually reach out to some of these gods. But yeah, worship, just as Aurora said too, worship can be activities in everyday life too. It doesn't necessarily, there is people who talk about they do a little prayer in their, when they're in their morning coffee, or when you go out, and if you see something that makes you just think of them, think of the gods, that counts. There's, worship doesn't have to be one thing or look one way. It depends on, unfortunately, for gods who are like minor gods, or even ones who just, because there are even Olympians who don't have that much information about them. Like even Ares doesn't really have that much compared to like Apollo, you know? A lot of it is just, the thing that I always suggest first with research wise is to try and look in, instead of focusing so much on the god, look at the area around the god. Like, what are they associated with any other god? So if they are, and that god's a little bit has more information, you might find more information about the god you're looking for the other god. That makes sense. So like if you want to find information about the muses, you might want to look at Apollo specifically, considering the muses are attached to Apollo. I think that explained it better. Or look into certain aspects. So like if the god is an underworld god, then maybe look at the underworld. Instead of looking specifically for the god, look at information about the underworld, because there might be mentions of the god in there. Stuff like that. But, at some point, information is limited. And so if you want to worship or work with this god, you're going to have to be comfortable with kind of going about it mainly through your own experiences. Like, research what you can find, but a lot of like the interactions is going to have to be really based on what you're experiencing and learning to trust yourself in that, considering it's like there's no other option. I wouldn't say that that's no shy. I think there's no worship Zeus for whatever reason. I think Zeus is going to be happy that anybody's just, actually given, not letting what other people are saying stop them from worshiping him. Another thing about Zeus that I wanted to talk about, now I can't remember what it was. I get so easily distracted. Yeah, definitely. Worship is a chore. But that's the problem, is when worship starts to feel like a chore, then you're not doing it right. You're not doing worship right. That's the problem. You're obviously, what you're doing, you're not connecting with at all, and it's feeling like a chore. That's usually like the sign that you need to shake things up, or you need to try different ways of worshiping, is when it feels like it's a chore. Because I had to realize that, because that's what I started feeling like whenever I tried to establish my morning routines, where I'm like, I'm going to get up and I'm going to go to my altar and I'm going to start my morning off at the altar and all that, and trying to be one of those people. And I just was like, I could do it for a little bit, and I was like, this is great, whatever. And then I just was like, I would stop. And I wouldn't do it. And I would just be like, ugh. And it felt like a chore. Like, I literally had to drag myself to it. And it was like, Apollo was just like, can you just not? Can you just stop already? And just, especially because what would happen is like my brain, being the perfectionist that it is like, well, if you're not going to start your day off right, then your whole day's shot, and you just might as well not even bother trying. So then it would be like, I'd be like, okay, I have to go sit at the altar or else I can't do anything else. And Apollo would just be like, no, I don't I don't care about you sitting at the altar. I just want you to read the books that you keep saying that you're going to read. And I want you to fucking, well, he didn't say fucking. He doesn't really curse. But it's my interpretation of it. I just want you to freaking do your damn podcast episodes as you keep saying you're going to do. Like, where mine has been promised for like a year, I think. Still don't have it. You know, he's like, that's what we want you to do. I don't, you know, and it's like, okay. So I'm kind of learning to change that kind of definition in my head and to know, like, when I'm not feeling connected to something, to just stop trying to force it and to look at other things and try new things and all that. And also, like, listen to the gods, because obviously, you know, they're telling me what I need to do and what works and what they want. Right? Like, we don't want this. Why are you forcing yourself to do something that we don't really even want? We'd much rather you do this thing instead. It's like, okay, fine. I believe in reincarnation. I've always believed in reincarnation. I mean, it comforts me. That's the main reason I believe in it, is because it comforts me. The idea of thinking like, this is it, I don't like that. That freaks me out, and that also puts way too much pressure. I don't like that. Way too much. I have way too much anxiety for that kind of belief. So I like the idea of reincarnation, because that's better. You know, thinking like that I have lived before and I'll live again. But I also believe in both reincarnation and the underworld. Like, I believe that, because I don't believe I don't necessarily believe we are reincarnated immediately. Like, it's like you die and then you're reincarnated, you die and you're reincarnated. I kind of think that a lot of times, like, you just hang out. At least this is my belief. Because again, I think the whole thing about the afterlife is about what brings you comfort. Not necessarily what makes sense. I think that's just dumb. I think trying to think about what makes sense, I'm like, why? Why would you do that? This is the perfect opportunity to just decide whatever brings you comfort, because at the end of the day, none of us know. We won't know, you know, until it's time. So to me, I just go with, I stopped trying to be like logical about it, and I just am like, I'm just going with what makes me happy. And I like the idea of the underworld's there. You get to go, you hang out there for a little bit, you just chillin', and then, you know, it becomes your time and you can be reincarnated, or you could choose not to. That's what I think. So yeah, that's what my whole thing with the underworld. And because I really want to hang out with Cerberus, so I really just want to hang out with Cerberus. So that's my. But the thing, honestly, the thing that I'm the most like holding on to, and the thing that I'm like, I don't want to say excited about, because I'm not really excited about dying, but the thing that really does bring me the most comfort about dying, that kind of helps me not have so much anxiety around it, is the thought that the first face that I'm going to see after I die is Hermes. That makes that just like, whenever I get nervous, or I like go into those, you know, you always go into like, you know, those thoughts of like, I'm gonna die one day, or, you know, and like you think too much about it. and all that, I always just remind myself, I'm just like, but just think, first face you're gonna see is Hermes. And I just envision it. I just envision what he's gonna look like and everything and what he's gonna say. And I'm just like, and then I'm like, okay, I'm okay now. So that's just my especially because it works, because how Hermes is with me in my, in my life, is he essentially is, like, I always call him, he's my joy, he's my laughter, he's my smile. He's the one that does bring me a lot of comfort and helps me deal with a lot of difficult things through, smiling and accepting the fact that you can't control everything and that it's okay, and kind of learning to embrace that and just be like, we're going on an adventure kind of deal. So it kind of, for me, it really is very symbolic, considering our relationship and what he represents to me in my life, that he would also be the first one I'd see in death to be there for me, because it's like, this is such a huge transition and it's very scary, and to have the one that is like my smile there, and have him and the one who's like, we're going on an adventure, this is a new adventure, it's a new journey for you and your soul and all that. It kind of like comes full circle, and I just love it. So it's something that, like, that's the thing that brings me the most comfort, because I used to have a lot of anxiety around death, a lot of it, and working with the gods, especially Persephone and Hermes, has helped me a lot with kind of, and also just like not thinking too much on it, kind of being like, that is not, why think about it now? There's no reason to think about it, because thinking about it now isn't going to change what's going to happen, So enjoy your life, enjoy it. And, you'll find out what awaits you when it's time for you to find out, and that's kind of, I don't think as much on it as I used to. That's definitely but I think it's good, Shy, that you're actually like thinking about that, because I think a lot of people wouldn't be thinking about that. They would just be like, I have this interest to worship Hades and Persephone, I'm gonna do it. And the fact that you're actually going, I wonder if this is because I really want to, or because I'm influenced by popular culture. Like, that's good that you're thinking about that. A good way to figure that out is if you actually kind of look into them more and look at like their actual, like, how the Greeks looked at them and their actual traditions and their history and things like that. So you can kind of separate what Lore Olympus has created to what, because it's not necessarily they're going to be like how the Greeks said they are, but it's kind of like you get a more of an idea of like their history and what they represent and everything, to see if you still feel that connection or that interest. Moo's so distracting. She's just laying on the floor staring at me, judging me. How is Thanatos? Like, what's he like? I'm always curious. I don't work with him, and I don't really know a lot of people that do. So I'm just curious what Thanatos is like what his energy is like. Well, I guess a lot of it, well, the interesting thing is, because I think it's kind of like to ask yourself what scares you about approaching underworld deities. You know, like what exactly is the fear? What exactly is the problem? Because I think maybe if you figured that out, depending, you could maybe do some research that shows how they really are, that maybe you have just a perception of them that isn't based on like historical truths or tradition or anything, or if it's your own issues like around death, or you know, like where and what that fear is, like what you think is going to happen if you worship. Hey, Ayla's back. Worshipping, like, do you think something's gonna happen if you worship them? Do you think, you know, like what is the fear? Because I think once you can establish what the fear is, then you can begin to maybe figure out how to get over that fear. Because it could either be like something, yeah. I'm always big with finding like the specifics of things and the whys, because I always feel like it's you know, it's not that you know how, but it's easier to find a solution to a problem that you can define than it just being this broad thing of I'm afraid of worshiping underworld deities, you know. That's a little bit harder to narrow down when it's like if you can figure out where the fear is coming from and what exactly it is, then sometimes that's a little bit easier to resolve. I think veiling is very beautiful. I've always had a lot of respect. I love veiling in all, like I've always had like a respect for just veiling in general, not even just in Hellenic polytheism, but like across like all the cultures and the religions that it's part of. I think it's such a beautiful way to show your devotion to your God, or your beliefs and everything. I always have a lot of respect for that. I think I especially like now, but even before that, because I've always wanted to believe in something that strongly. I love when people show their devotion like that in those kinds of ways. I just think it's a really beautiful thing. So I personally don't do it because I just don't have the patience. I just don't to have to put my hair. I barely you know, like people are lucky I put on pants when I when I don't have to. So it's like I'm very, you know, like I have a very limited amount of energy, so veiling is just not something that I want to put my time. But for people who do, I think it's a great thing. If you feel very called or connected to it, definitely. Ritual purity, I'm not big on the concept personally. I do believe in the idea of like, I treat the gods like I treat anybody. Like I'm gonna, like even before doing this live stream, I took a shower. Like even though I'm not around you all, I'm like, well, I'm gonna be clean. So I believe in like cleanliness and hygiene. So like I wash my hands. I usually at least wash my hands before I do any kind of like, if I go to my altar or whatever. But ritual purity just is not in my, I think especially because, you know, I've been thinking more about it. And I think it's because of my struggle with mental illnesses, where because of my depression, you know, getting out of bed, changing my clothes, taking a shower, a lot of that is very difficult to do. And I think if I believed so heavily in the idea of like, you know, purity, or the idea of miasma and all that, it would be really difficult for me to approach the gods in the state that I was in. And then it would be really hard for me to get out of that state. So at least for me, it's better like to not to have any kind of the idea of like purity in my vocabulary or my worship at all, because for me that fucks me up. Because I have perfectionism, I have anxiety, I have depression. So I think if I had any kind of concept of purity, I would immediately, things just would not go well for me. So it's something that I don't personally believe in and I don't subscribe to. What else? Sacred herbs. A lot of that, it depends on who you're working with, because all the gods have like their own sacred herbs. So I actually, it's funny because I don't even know why I have so many herbs, because at the end of the day I only use the same ones, because I use the ones that are attached to my gods. I use roses and myrtle and myrrh. It's not really an herb, but no, yes it is. Myrrh. Because that's all for Aphrodite. I use bay leaves for Apollo. And those are the ones that I use the most. Actually, just recently when I made my poppet, I did that. But yeah, like a lot of it really depends on who you're working with and what you're doing, because the herbs they have their own correspondences and their own uses. So it's not really like this is the beginner herb, it really all depends. How are your parents, Ayla? I love Ayla's parents. I've never met them, but the way Ayla describes them, I'm like, these are my favorite people. Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's kind of why when I talk a lot about like purity and miasma, like I know how my anxiety can run with that and my perfectionism. So I know that other people are like that. So I kind of like, while I don't knock it for people who do it, I definitely always want to make it clear that it's like, because I don't have it at all in my practice. So it's like, let people know that if this gives you any kind of anxiety, like you don't have to subscribe to it. Especially because for me, I don't know, a lot of it just seems very, and maybe it's because of the stuff that I read on it, but a lot of it just, it seemed very Greek to me, which means it's kind of something that I definitely, when it's something like that is very Greek or very like an ancient civilization, like very built into their beliefs of things, I kind of realize I don't need to apply this to my practice. Because the idea that, the gods are going to be offended about my humanness. It's just always very like, yeah, it's a concept that I just don't vibe with, I think it would have gotten in the way. And it's done, and I have been fine without it. So, yeah, I think sometimes I can definitely see it being beneficial for people. But I think that's what this comes down to, is whether if you gain something from it and you feel like it helps you because you are able to separate, like when you make your kernips, you, like as Shai said, that you separate between, your everyday life and your more spiritual, that specific time that you're at the altar. That's great, and that works. For me, I just, and truthfully, it was like when I started, I didn't really know that concept. So it was like I started with Aphrodite without doing any of that, without any of that in my mind, and it was fine. So when I read about it and everything, I was like, well, I haven't been doing any of this, and I've just been thriving with Aphrodite. So I'm thinking I don't need to actually do this. Are you hunting something? Yeah, to me, it's definitely, I kind of like see it as just hygiene. To me, it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's like meeting any person. If I was to meet any one of you, I'm gonna, make sure I'm clean. That's just how I see it as. And there are people that say, well, that's, you're still practicing. If you're practicing basic hygiene, you do believe in miasma and you're doing it. And I'm like, okay, well, fine, but I'm not gonna call it that. If you want to call it that. I'm not gonna. I'm just saying I'm practicing my basic hygiene, and that's it. Yeah, and again, I think it just comes down to like your own, whatever's going to get you in the mindset to be able to approach the gods. And I don't think it's like either way. If it works, it works. I'm sorry, my cat's hunting something, and I'm just like, what? But yeah, there's like all different ways to do it, and I don't know. I think it's just like certain wordings stuff, And I think things stay with you because a lot of people do say that there's a lot of misunderstandings of what miasma means. And I actually plan on like reading more about it because I have something. I can't remember if it's a book or an article or something about miasma that I want to read just so I can understand it a little bit better. I don't know if I'm going to introduce it ever into my practice, but I just like to learn things, especially because people ask me all the time about these things. Yeah, like I always heard it like, and what I didn't like about it was I heard it described as kind of like people would be like just being a human, just being a human, you get miasma. It kind of comes on you or whatever, and like you have to, but it was like, and it's like saying that and then but you need to purify yourself or cleanse yourself of that before you approach the gods because the gods will be offended. And then I took that as, okay, if as a human you just naturally get miasma and I have to get rid of it before approaching the gods because they're going to be offended or they're going to see it as disrespectful, to me, I saw that as my humanness is offensive to them. And like, that's how I always like interpret it as. So it's like, to me, I'm like, oh, okay. Like, so like that's kind of always how I saw it as, and that's just why it always kind of like made me okay, I gotta, because I just know how my brain is. That's the thing. Like, even, and considering this is something I realized I didn't have to do because I was doing just fine without it. So I was just kind of like, well, I don't like this. Even if, whether I'm interpreting wrong or whatever, I'm like, I don't like this, and it doesn't seem like I need it, so I'm you know. But again, it all comes down to what resonates with you, and that's the beauty of this religion is that like you're free to kind of experiment with those things. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Kind of like miasma is the great equalizer. An interesting way to look at it. I never looked at it in terms as like how it, interpreting it in terms of like the community as I more saw it as like in relation to the gods, me with the gods kind of thing. And I guess it's just like there's already so much, people already put so much pressure on the idea of not being good enough, or that there's something wrong with them, or the gods are going to be mad at them, or they're going to fuck up, or they're going to do, there's already all these anxieties that are going on without adding the concept of miasma, that I just kind of always felt like that for a lot of people, miasma was just going to be like the last straw for things. It's like the tipping point of like, wait, what do you mean? I have this dirt on me. Oh, now I'm unclean. I'm so unworthy, like that's always how I saw it as. Like it was just another excuse for people to like hate themselves. Yeah, that's true. That does get yeah, Lima is the one. I've read that. Sister of Iris on Tumblr talked about that, and I always forget that there's a difference because everybody always uses miasma. Everyone has always used like when I started learning, it was I hadn't heard the Lima term until like fairly recently because everybody used miasma. So it just shows it happens when you don't research. I mean, I never really looked into it because I had no mind. This was my thing. Yeah, eat dinner, Aurora. What are you doing? Yeah, just Sister of Iris on Tumblr, yeah. Yeah, Sister of Iris on Tumblr is fantastic. She's got a lot of information specifically about like ritual purification and things like that. I usually always, when people ask me about it, I always direct them to her because it's like it's not a concept that I know about, obviously, because it's something that I'm just not interested in. So I always send them over to her because she's got all the good info. Tumblr is a hit or miss. There are fantastic people on Tumblr. Sister of Iris, The Grape and the Fig, Honor the Gods. They are all wonderful, fantastic people. Rose Gold Tunic, Ayla. Fantastic people on Tumblr with great information, research. You know, they give what I love about them specifically is they give resources and they cite the information that they're giving. They where they get it from and all that. They're great. They're the ones, like, if you're gonna like go to anyone on Tumblr, they're the three that Sister of Iris, the Grape and the Fig, and Honor the Gods. Well, of course, also Ayla. Ayla's the best because Ayla has the way Ayla does answers asks is like iconic. It's like legendary. Like, you know it's Ayla because of the way. First off, she pretty much writes an essay. Like, you get your money's worth when Ayla answers your question because it's an essay. And it's full of different font colors and different fonts. She puts on a show. Yeah, Ayla, oh my god. So yeah, those are my favorite people on Tumblr. Should you download a ton? That's hard, because in one breath, I do like Tumblr because I have great friendships on Tumblr and there are wonderful people on Tumblr, but on the other hand, and we have fun over there, but on the other hand, there's a lot of bullshit too. But I mean, I guess that's like any social media. Yeah, exactly. If it doesn't have colors, it's not Ayla's. And so I know when it, because I scroll really fast through stuff, so I won't see the name, and I just see, I'm like, oh, this is an Ayla post. This is an Ayla post. So it's wonderful. But the best thing too is when you meet Ayla and talk to Ayla in real life, you're like, this is it connects with the asks. Like, it connects. You're just like, yep, this is the same person. That's right. Serene's right. It really is about who you follow, because I'm lucky enough that I think I have a good amount of, I follow the right people because there isn't really that much drama. And the good thing about Tumblr is it's like you can block people. You know, you can kind of curate your dash to look however way you want, where it's, you know. Yeah. Ayla is the human equivalent of the post formats. Yep. Yeah, it really does depend who you surround yourself with. Because there are, like I said, there are really great people on there who do really great work. And yeah, funny enough, talking about Honor the Gods was so sweet, and she messaged me for International Friendship Day. She was just like, it's International Friendship Day. I'm sending you lovely thoughts. I'm like, oh, like, oh, it's so nice. Oh, stop, Serene, stop. I mean, yes, I am also. Forgot to mention, I am also on Tumblr. Which, you know, I would encourage, you know, if you want to get a Tumblr and follow me, because I am very entertaining on Tumblr. I think I'm the most entertaining on Tumblr. I share a lot of, like, my interactions with the gods, which are always funny. I have memes. That's one of the reasons I like from my website is because I just want like a more serious place for all of my information, so I could keep Tumblr like my herm, like have the website be the Apollo energy, you know, all of the, you know, the resources and the good information and things like that, and educating people and sharing stuff like that, and then the Tumblr to be the Hermes experience, where it's like jokes and memes and ridiculousness. Yes, it does, Shy. Watching this live stream absolutely counts as a form of worship. 100%. I mean, we're all here. We're talking about the gods. We're sharing our experiences. We're sharing our knowledge with each other. This is, a lot of people say that they look at my streams as temple, as going to temple, so. Attack the fridge. Oh my goodness. Since 2014. Wow. I feel like you deserve an award for that. Oh, I'm so grateful. Oh, Evan, I'm so happy that you think so. Always makes me so happy when people enjoy, you know, following me, and my presence helps. I do love my Tumblr. I think I'm gonna love it more now that I've separated stuff, because now I can actually have fun on there and not be so like, oh, I have to answer the same questions a million times. Oh, it is like a family dinner on Sunday. Oh, I'm Italian, so I love that. We used to do that all the time when I was a kid. Oh, I'm glad you like that, Aurora. I always am like, is this dumb? Do people even care? But I don't know. I just like sharing my interactions, because it's kind of like my interactions are so casual with them, and they're so, you know, to kind of show people that it's like, it's not scary, and it's not this super serious thing. At least not, you know, it doesn't have to be. You know, again, if that's how it is for some people, that's fine. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that's how it needs to be for everybody. Oh, I'm so happy, Shy. Yeah, my family used to do, like, literally, and it was my Italian side of the family. So it was my mom's side, and we would all go to my grandma's house, like, all of us. As in, like, you know, my mom, my dad, me, my brother, and then like all my aunts and uncles and my cousins, we'd all go every Sunday. We'd go to my grandma's house and have Sunday dinner. It was like a whole thing. So it makes me really happy when, you know, knowing that the things that I share has like helped people, and or they even just enjoyed it. Like, because sometimes I do, you know, I overthink things, and I'm like, should I be sharing this, or like, does anyone, you know, like so it's always nice that it's like, you know, it does, even if it just makes people smile, because they're like, there goes Apollo again, yelling at Jesse. Oh my God, no. That's so cute. I love that. I love that. I feel so like, my heart is like so full and joyful. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you, everybody. And this all like means a lot to me too, because as I talked about in the stream, you know, there are a lot of things that I struggle with in terms of like beating myself up and like negativity and everything. And so being part of this community and, you know, everybody kind of showering me with love and support and encouragement and all that, and even just seeing you all support each other and talk, you know, and the energy, it's very healing. and it's very inspiring, and it makes me so happy, and I carry it with me for like the rest of the week, where I'm just like, oh, remember all those wonderful interactions? And even the gods will tell me, like, when I'm beating myself up, they're like, remember what everybody said to you on the live stream? Like, you're doing great, just keep going. And it's like, okay. But I love that these spaces that, where we create are so loving and supporting. Because, I think we need that, especially, like, look at the world right now. The world, there's a lot of bad things going on, a lot of negative things going on. And it's great that we can kind of come together and carve out a space where we can uplift one another and empower one another and give each other a nice positive space to, just be for a little bit, to kind of like maybe just, okay, reality is a little heavy right now. Let's kind of come together and just, talk about the gods and just kind of forget a little bit, help each other get through. I always love too that it's like, yeah, it gives people an opportunity, like as Jenny was saying, you don't have any neo-pagan friends, so it's like this is an opportunity for people who don't have that to be able to interact with other people just like them or who believe in things like them. And I think that's so important. I like giving people the opportunity to kind of make those connections and with each other. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that those of you that this is your first time that you're enjoying it. Nona Jessie with her rants. I am a Nona then. Yeah, because that is me. I'm definitely sitting there with my glass of wine like, well, let me tell you. Yeah, I love the community. It's just, I feel like I talk about this in every live stream, but it's just still so funny to me that I never was someone that was like all about community, like I was always afraid to be part, because I guess I felt like I wasn't going to fit in or people weren't going to accept me or whatever. So I kind of immediately always took like the loner position. So it's like, and no, I always kind of like stayed away from like groups. I always kind of more focused on like, individual interactions. So it's just so interesting to me that this is where I ended up, where it's like the community is probably the most important aspect, and one of my favorite aspects of the religion is being able to cultivate, these relationships and being able to interact with everyone. It's my favorite thing. That's why I love doing these live streams. It's because I just love being able to interact with everybody. Yay! Yes, please. You call me Nona Jessie. I love it. It is a Princess Luna Build-A-Bear. I have Luna, I have Celestia, I have Twilight, and I have Pinkie Pie. Wait. Yeah, you kind of can't see. That's Celestia. No, that's fine. Someone always has to make a mention of My Little Ponies. Like, someone always does. Someone's always like, oh, I love your My Little Ponies. Or, Jess, are you a brony? Like, yes, I am. Well, this is probably a good time since we're talking about community, and it's like we're at 6 hours in. And some of you, this is your first time here, so I don't know if you know. I know some of you know because you're part of it, but I have a secret Discord. It's a secret. Well, we operate under Fight Club rules because I like to keep it a little bit, quieter and, a little bit not as many people, because I know if I announced I have a Discord, it'd be a big rush of people in, and this is my first time doing anything like this, so it's kind of like I'm trying to like have it slowly gain members and everything, so I can kind of keep up with it. So, oh my god, yeah. Ayla freaking broke the damn Discord talking about the ages of gods. But yeah, I have a Discord. You are welcome to join. All you have to do is message me on any of my social media platforms. Direct message me, so you can on Tumblr and Instagram, which I'm the Pastel Priestess on there, and Twitter, I'm Tea with the Gods. So direct message me, ask for the invite code, and I will be happy to give it to you. A lot of the people who've been in this live chat are members of the Discord, so that gives you an idea of how the atmosphere and the energy is. It's very loving and supportive, and everyone kind of looks at each other almost as like a family there. That's kind of the other reason why I keep it on the down low, because I like the energy of it, and I feel like, you know, making it super public might disrupt that, you know, so I kind of am like slowly, yeah, like some people, yeah. Which, you know, Serene, if you want, you can, if you want to, I can mention yours if you want. Serene, yeah, some of the people in my my Discord ended up starting their own Discord server for just pagans in general. So it's not just for Hellenic polytheists, it's for pagans in general. So if you want to know, if you want a link, if you want to join that, you can let me know, or Serene's the admin. But yeah, so definitely if you want to join, let me know. Yeah, Discord confused me too, which is one of the reasons why I started everything out like quiet and everything, because I barely even knew how to exist on Discord, and then I became an admin. And I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing, so. But it's actually, once you get the hang of it, it's actually, I used to not be a big fan of Discord and was always like, why do people like this thing so much? It's so annoying. I can't figure anything out. And then once I was forced to actually figure it out because I had my own server, I love it. I'm on it all the time now. I love the bots. I'm always finding excuses to add more bots. I actually really love it, and I love, a lot of it is also because I'm very privileged to have the mods that I do and to have the members I do who really just don't even cause any problems. Everyone's just chill. So it's not like I really had to, you know, we haven't had to really deal with anything super problematic, you know. And anytime I have to talk to anyone, super like, oh, I didn't realize, I'm sorry, you know, everyone's just it's a very great group of people. So I've been very privileged. It's been a very easy learning. There's been a learning curve for me, thankfully. Good night, Sabrina. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, the roles, like, I had someone do it for me in the beginning, and then they kind of vanished. So then when it was like I needed to do roles again, I had to figure it out, but it was like, it wasn't that hard. I really was like, oh, this is going to be so, I'm not going to be able to figure it out. And then when I figured it out, I was like, I said to my my mods, I was like, I did it. I'm a tech genius. I won't leave you on read, Nyla. Never. Yeah, when you figure it out, it's easy and it's a lot of fun. And a lot of the bots are actually so easy. The roles one are probably the most complicated, but everything else is pretty much you just invite the bot in and then that's it. Like we have a music bot, and I use a recorder bot because we have a book club, and I record the discussions that we have. I mean, well, Shy, if you want, you could start out. If you want to, you could start out in my Discord because, like I said, everybody is so nice and supportive and everything, and so it is actually a good place if you want to dip your toes. Maybe I'm biased, but I think it actually is the best place if you're not used to Discord but want to try it out. I think my server is because a lot of people are like, especially because I started out not even really knowing what I was doing. So, and a lot of people were like that too. And we're just like real chill about it. And if people like will help you and, if you have questions or whatever. Thanks, Serene. Yeah, everyone's very, very nice. And, my mods are the best. I love my mods. And, yeah, everyone's just very kind and supportive and patient and understanding. It's just... panic and pansexual. Shy, I get you. You're not actually, again, I think you would really like it in my server because you're not the only one. A lot of people in the server also have anxiety, and I have anxiety too. So you'll be among people who get you. So a lot of us have anxiety. So, and everyone's like really supportive about it. We have a lot of fun there, and I like it too because it's small. I feel like it's not overwhelming where, sometimes when it's like all these chats are like lit up and there's all these conversations going on, it's kind of can be a little much. This one, like mine is there are times when it's like no one's talking because it's like really quiet. And then there are times when it's like there's a few conversations going on or whatever. It's a very chill place. There's no expectations other than, being nice. Yeah. I grew to really love Discord. Like I said, I did not like it at first. Everyone wanted me to get one, and everybody wanted me to make one, and everybody wanted me to join theirs, and I was just like, I would forget about it. Like I'd have the app, and then I would be on there for a little bit, and then I'd forget about it for like months. And people would be like, where'd you go? And I'm like, oh, I forgot Discord even existed. And then it was like my first live stream, actually, it went so well and everybody had like loved talking to each other so much that they were like, we should make a Discord. And I was like, you know what? Sure. Why not? And that's how it began. So funny enough, the live streams are what started it, and it was a lot of work in the beginning, but now it's like it's just a lot of fun. Yeah, that live stream. It's so funny how different, because I was terrified. That first live stream, I was so nervous, and you could definitely tell I was so nervous. And then it just like, because my brain was like, you have to do it this way. It has to be this way. And then when I kind of got the vibes from everybody, that it was just like super chill. Like everyone was just happy to be there and talking. Then I'm like, oh, we can just hang out. And then I started loosening up, and then it was fine. And now it's like that's kind of the format I have now, where it's like I have some things I want to talk about, but I treat it more as like we're just hanging out at this point, you know? And I love doing it. Oh, all you have to do is message me, DM, like private message me on one of my social medias. So either on Tumblr or Instagram, where I'm the Pastel Priestess, the same as my YouTube channel. Or you can you can also message me on my Twitter, which is Tea with the Gods. Good night. Yeah, it's so true. Oh my God, Alex, you're still. It's so true. Discord is one of those where it's like you'll forget it exists, or it's like you're on it like all day, every day. And I've been in both those. I've been where I've forgot about it, and now I check it like all the time. I check it more than I check Tumblr. But I mean, it's also because like I'm the admin, so I kind of just want to. It's kind of like I'm checking in on everybody. It's like my children. I'm like, okay, what are they doing? It's like looking at a nanny cam. Like, what are my kids doing? Are they all right? Okay, go. I think it's like I feel that need. Like I have to check in on them all the time to just make sure everybody's okay. No one's, you know. I just feel that need. Yeah, I will definitely message me, and when the live stream, usually when the live stream's over, that's what I immediately do. I look at my phone and I just send the links out. I do. I love my grandkids. That is, right? Yeah, Serene, you know now. You know now. That's what it is. Because a lot of the times I'm not even like looking to join in on the conversations. I just want to make sure everyone's doing all right, and that, you know, there's no issues, you know, no one's upset or anything, you know. I just kind of just check in to see whatever, you know. We all good? All right, we're all good. Oh my God. Yeah. The conversations that are had are very amusing. Yeah. That was funny because no joke, you guys were talking about all that, and Apollo was like, "You need to get your server in order." I was like, "What?" He's like, "They're talking about how ripped Jesus is in my server." I was just like, "Okay, Apollo." Right? Right? At least the Greeks got it. At least the Greeks were like, look at how hot Apollo is. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, exactly. They're talking about him. Oh, God. Very much was like, you need to get your server in order. Just like, oh, jeez. I do have a Discord server. It's a secret one, kind of. Secret. We operate under Fight Club rules, so you don't talk about the server unless I talk about it. I talk about it on the live stream, pretty much. If you want to join, all you have to do is send me a direct message, either on one of my social medias. So either on my Tumblr or my Instagram, which I am the Pastel Priestess, or Twitter, where I'm Tea with the Gods. Well, you can join. All you have to do is just send me a message, and I'll send you the invite. Yeah, it's pretty much like I only advertise it on my live stream, and at like the end. I keep debating doing it in the beginning, when there's more people in the stream, but of course. I think one day I'll do it in the beginning, but we'll see. I honestly just I always just get so excited about wanting to talk about whatever I want to talk about that I just start it and then I forget until I'm like, oh, wait, it's 6 hours in. I should probably mention the Discord. It's so funny because people in the Discord know when I had a live stream because that's usually when the like influx of people come in. It's like, oh, that is Jesse's live stream. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Aurora. I probably should just mention that because I have you know what? This will make life easier instead of everyone having to scroll. I have a website. Yay, finally. Okay. I want to make sure people know I have the website, although I am going to do tomorrow. Probably I'll do a official launch of it. But yeah, got my website so that I can finally have a place where I can blog about the gods and share information and it not get all jumbled up in the ridiculousness of Tumblr. You missed a lot. But the replay will be available, so you can watch the replay. A lot of ranting. Yeah, she was just like, look, here's a hedgehog. And I was like, I'm standing in the middle of like my job. It's a DVD and CD department. And it's just like, hedgehog. I was like, I've never seen anyone pull a hedgehog out of their pocket before. Oh, it's 6 a.m. Did you like wake up or did you go to sleep? Like, did you not go to sleep at all? Because you sound like me. That's probably what I'm going to do because I'm like wide awake now. It's like midnight. Yeah, just watch the replay. I think this was actually one of my favorite live streams. All right. So, it is after midnight. Does anybody have any questions, though? If anybody has anything they want to talk about, I'll talk about it. But we're just going to sit here and stare at each other. I don't know what else to talk about. I've said all that there is to say. Thank you. I'm glad that even when I'm screaming, I'm still calming. Oh no. I'm sorry your joints hurt. I hope you feel better. But, oh my God, Poland, that's awesome. I did scream about witch talk. Yes, I did. Oh my God, you want me to break my live stream, Ayla? You broke my server, and now you're like, let's break the live stream. Freaking Ayla with your Dionysus energy, with your chaos. Apollo says, stop it. Ayla found out about what ages the gods are supposed to be. Because it's basically what it's supposed to like mirror their worshippers, right? And it caused a lot of people in the server to like freak out because it was just not what they had expected. And it was, let's see. Yeah. It was, let's see, what Artemis was like 13 to 16. And Apollo is 17 to 20, right? Which I thought was hilarious because I'm like, they're twins, but they're different ages. I mean, it makes sense because when you think about Apollo and Artemis, like Artemis is supposed to represent like girlhood and like Oh no, did we say no? It was. I was like, freaking Ayla was actually explaining it very like, seriously, and that like, because Apollo is, before you get married and everything, but he's sexual, and I was just like, so I'm interpreting that as Apollo is a hoe. Like that's what I read. Apollo is a hoe. Yeah, okay, and Dionysus is also 17 to 20, right? Isn't Hermes young? I forgot Hermes. Yeah, it wasn't Hermes. I forgot Hermes. Ayla, what was Hermes? Who was in there? Aphrodite was like, what, like 23-ish? 20 to 23? Yeah, that's right. Hermes, yeah. Hermes is 13 to 15, which is weird. I'm like, what? No. It happened in the... Crap. No, wasn't it was it the mythology channel? Yeah, 19 to 23 was Aphrodite. Yeah, but no, don't ask about Hades. That was the thing. Don't ask about Hades. What was... I think this was the... Yeah. Yeah, it was in the mythology channel. Here we go. But yeah. Yeah, it was mythology. No, you can't. Don't ask about Hades. That's when the server broke. FBI knocking at the gates of the underworld. But that was the best, was how Ayla said it. Ayla was like, Persephone, when she's a spring, when she's Kore, she's spring, 15 to 17. Persephone when she's in the underworld, 18 to 20. And then Ayla says, please don't ask me about Hades. So then everyone was like, well, now we need to know. Ugh. No, Ayla's gonna break my server. Go ahead, Ayla, break my server. Just breaking my things, that's what you do. Now I get to, like, see how me and Ayla connect over Apollo. I can connect with Sky over Ayla breaking things. Ugh. No. No. Ayla just dropping bombs. Yep. It's broken now. The live stream is now broken. Yep. I love what everyone's reaction is my favorite. I physically recoiled. We have to remember, though, that this is what the ancient Greeks interpreted it as, so doesn't mean that it's accurate. Also, do the gods have ages? I mean, they've been around for how long? So, do they have ages? We don't even know if they have physical bodies. Can you have an age when you don't have a physical body? I don't know. Now he's actually dead. I refuse to acknowledge this as canon. Aw. Ah! I'm glad that I could be a highlight. This guy's coming in with the rational the rational information to try and put the stream back together after their wife broke it. This guy's got to come in and clean up Ayla's messes. This guy's like, it's okay, I deal with this all the time. I know what to do. Clumsy boy. Yeah, it's true, Sky. That is your job. When you said I do, that's what you were saying I do too. I do bow to clean up your messes. Because you will break things. When did ancient Greek people die? What was your mom's reaction to that? Chris Hansen. Oh my god. I do have a Switch. Ooh, what? I have to look into that. Thank you. Thank you, Artie. I'm definitely going to check into that. Gods and Monsters. Don't tell him, Aura! Don't tell him we know. This is what Ayla does. Yeah, this is definitely why. See, everyone's now starting to see why, Ayla, you have the relationship you do with Apollo. Okay, but when do ancient Greek people die? Like on average? Like I'm pretty sure ancient Greek people actually lived pretty long considering. They fired. I was so confused. I'm like, fired? I'm like, is that what we're calling dying now? You've been fired from life. But that's something you would say because remember, you don't know words, so you come up with new ways to say things because you forget words. You would absolutely forget the word for die and say to Sky, what's the word you know when you're fired from life? And Sky would just be like, die? And get fired from living. I'm going to start saying that from now on. Fired from life. do that. Fired from life. This is why I love the live streams. This is like we come up with these things here. It really is an Ayla thing to do. What was it when you couldn't come? What did you call the Confederate flag when you couldn't think of the name for the Confederate flag? What did you call it? You turn in your coin at the turn in your coin. No, turn in your badge. Oh, Persephone, I didn't know that. Oh, yeah, that's right. The hillbilly Nazi flag. I mean, it's not wrong. I kind of like that one better because I think it gets like right to the point. Persephone, I didn't know that you were a Christian and a Hellenic. That's interesting. Oh my God. Athena, yeah. The Athena is Judas thing, that's still iconic. We have to talk about that at some point, Persephone, because I'm very interested in that. In the combination of those two. Mark, what do you want to have a 10-minute argument with Socrates about? You mentioned Socrates. I'm like, Socrates? 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 Our chubby, wait, didn't it, Ayla, we call him, was it Chubby Boy? Is that what we called him? Oh! Yes, thank you for letting me know. Okay. Now I know Artie is Scythe and Seed. Yeah! Yeah, it's true. Arguing about Socrates. I mean, it'll be amazing for a little bit, but according to sources, a lot of people ended up very angry afterwards. Oh, man, being fired from life. Chonky Boy, that's right, Ayla. We called him Chonky Boy. Chonky Boy. You cannot annoy us. I don't know. You know, I love Socrates. Plato had 3 Olympic gold medals in wrestling. Bro. Bro! Damn. Plato's jacked in mind and in body. I love that like people see the gods differently because Ayla always sees Poseidon as Jason Momoa. Because I could see that too because of Aquaman. The philosophers are actually a really good place to do some research. I really love reading what Socrates has to say, because I just feel like I relate to this so much. Pretty. He's so pretty and intimidating, and pretty intimidating. Oh. No, I don't know what else to talk about. I'm like still thinking about fired from life. You've been fired from life. The philosophers are definitely like, that's been a huge game changer for me in terms of like my research and like thinking about my beliefs and everything, because it's just been so nice to see a lot of my own beliefs actually existed in ancient Greece. Ayla rightfully says it, and I love it, that Socrates is like the first revivalist, considering like he really went like, you know, the Athenian government was like, we do it like this, and Socrates just like, but should we? But I don't know. I kind of think this way is valid. And then they killed him. Yes, no, there is actually a relationship. A lot of people see like a connection between Dionysus and Jesus. Me and Ayla talk about that a lot. Oh, thanks! Yeah, I made it very Aphrodite roses. I felt very called to do that. Socrates did die for our beliefs. Oh my God, he's like our Jesus. Oh my God, Socrates is the revivalist Jesus. Yeah, and then Apollo killed the guy. Yeah, Ayla was like, I gotta look more into it, but Aristophanes, he wrote the Clouds, which basically makes fun of Socrates, and Socrates believed that that was the reason that he got brought on trial, that people were influenced by that, and so it's kind of thought of that like Aristophanes was the reason Socrates died. And then Ayla found out that it might have been that Aristophanes died in Delphi. And we were like, oh my God. All I was thinking was Apollo's like, payback's a bitch. And so am I. Yes, I have decided Socrates is our Jesus. He died so we could live. Apollo was just like, you killed my chunky boy. You must pay. You know, payback's a bitch, and so am I. And Hermes is like, woo, yeah. I love payback, Apollo. Yes, I have that book, Path of Shadows. It's a good book. Socrates was also apparently getting like, you know, getting laid left and right. even apparently have like the most beautiful person as his lover. Like, damn, Socrates, you get it. Payback's a bitch, and her stripper name is Karma. Yeah, it's a really good book. I really liked. I really wasn't expecting it to go in the direction that it went in, and it was really eye-opening with the things that it chose to talk about. Oh, it was Ayla and Sky recommended this to me before I started reading the actual, like, because Socrates never wrote anything down. It's everything that we really know about Socrates and what he said was written by his students, specifically Plato. So they actually recommended I read this first because it kind of like breaks down and like breaks down the basically talks about specifically like what the writings, what they say, and because the thing is there's a lot of misconception around Socrates that he was a monotheist, and that so there can be like a lot of things that kind of point that he didn't believe in the gods, and this kind of disputes that and talks about how he did and talks about what he specifically believed about the gods. So I will say it is a little dense, especially at the beginning when they talk about piety. Took me a little bit to get through that part, but it has been really helpful. I really like it so far. But yeah, so the religion of Socrates, but you can also just, if you want to, start with like, look at Plato's work, like Symposium and Apology. Yeah, there's Sky putting, Sky, what would I do without you? How did I live life without you for so long? Yeah. That's actually, yeah, that's probably a good idea to read that, because the piety section was very like, because the way they had it set up was kind of almost like a math problem in my mind. I was just like, wait. Because it was all about trying to break down what piety means. And it was like they had different definitions of it. And in order to kind of keep everything understandable, the way it like broke down would like the author would be like, P1 equals piety is something the gods love, and then and then they'd keep being like, oh, okay, refer to that as like P1 throughout the whole thing, and then there was P2, which was a different definition, so then you have to remember which P was which definitions. It was like, okay. I was like, this is a little yeah. Yeah, it was too much P. It was definitely. The problem too is it was difficult too when you like didn't keep up with it. It's definitely, I think, something better that you kind of read, like that chapter, you kind of read either all the way through or like you read it every single day, because then eventually if you waited too long, you forgot what P1 was, what P2, you forgot all of it. So then you're like, wait. So then you get lost. Yeah, that was just the first part. Now I'm at where they're talking about the accusers, where now he's been accused, and I'm actually specifically in the part where Socrates talked, and they're talking about Aristophanes and his influence, and the play, the clouds, I think it's called. And that's a lot easier to read, way easier to read, and it's very interesting. Yeah, I'm happy I started with this because I feel like if I didn't, then maybe it would have been confusing depending on, like, now I kind of have an idea ahead of time. So when I read the actual works and everything, I'll have this in my brain to reference. Well, I think people, like, there definitely was, well, in terms of mythology, yeah, favoritism. Though Artemis wanted to be in the forest. Like, actually, Zeus loves Artemis, and one of the reasons she got everything that she wanted. She was just like, I don't ever want to be married, and I want to go live in the woods with the ladies. And Zeus was like, you get whatever you want, my little princess. Zeus gave her everything. Oh my god. I joked like that Artemis is just like Zeus because Artemis gets all the ladies. Like trying to talk about like Artemis's sexuality, which is like such a hot topic, but talking about Artemis's sexuality, I'm like, how do we know that she's not running around the forest sleeping with all the ladies? She is Zeus's daughter after all. Like, who's to say? Look what Apollo's doing. Look at her brother. Like, oh, I hope your Minecraft loads. I think she can be an ace icon. I also think she can be a lesbian icon. I think Athena is absolutely an ace icon. I think that's the thing about the gods and their sexuality. We don't know. Yeah, I see Athena completely as arrow ace. That's how I see Athena. Okay, I have questions, Shy. Why setting the laundry machine on fire in Sims? Like, what was the devotion? I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just curious. Well, I know my whole thing with Artemis, me and Ayla talked about it, is like the fact that Zeus turning into who was it that Zeus turned into? Zeus turned into someone. No, Zeus turned into Artemis, and to try and sleep. Yeah, it's true. Why the laundry machine in particular? Yeah, it was Callisto. Okay. Yeah, that whole thing is like, if Artemis was like, if there wasn't something going on between them, wouldn't Callisto have been like, wait, like weirded out? You know what I mean? Like that myth is always kind of one that why I think about Artemis sexuality the way I do. Thanks for hanging out, Artie. I hope you have a good day at work and a good sleep tonight. Zeus is just turning into everybody. My whole thing is I think it's, I love, my thing with like, especially like the sexuality, is that it's hard to, because considering the way the ancient Greeks thought about these things, it's hard to say for sure what, specifically the goddesses, like what their sexualities were. Well, other than Aphrodite, it's pretty, I think that's kind of, Aphrodite's pansexual. Like, that's, but a lot of them, it's kind of a little bit hard to say for sure. So I think it's great to have, my issue always comes in when people like get mad at each other for what they think. You know what I mean? When people are like, no, Artemis is this way, and you're erasing her sexuality, or you're erasing, if you see it a different way. And it's like, no, you can think whatever you want. And just because someone thinks something differently than you doesn't negate your beliefs. You both can believe different things and still be correct and still be valid. I mean, the thing is that too, like, the ancient Greeks really put the most emphasis on women and their relationships to men. Like, that was what was important, because it was all about, because it wasn't even about it wasn't about anything. It wasn't about sexual attraction. It wasn't about love or anything. It was just about having kids. It was like producing offspring. Like, that's what it was about. So that was when they talked about the goddesses being maidens, what it was focusing mainly on was that they weren't with men. That's pretty much what that says. So it's like, there's all that other gray area of, okay, what about other women, or what about sex in general, or what about romance in general? Like, we don't know, because the ancient Greeks didn't really think about that, or it wasn't important to them. I see Aphrodite as a form of Aphrodite. That's how I see Aphrodite. I see Aphrodite as a part of Aphrodite. Aphrodite as a part of Aphrodite. Yeah, they could all shapeshift. If you see it in the Iliad and the Odyssey. Exactly. That's the thing too. When you look at Aphrodite specifically, the one who's actually in the pantheon, and especially in as the Olympian, she's the most sexual of the goddesses. Like, all the other goddesses are either maidens or like they just have sex to have some kids and then that's it. Like, you don't really hear about them. Or like in Hera's case, like sometime, but it's like, it seems like it's done as like in the Iliad, she uses it just as a trick, you know? So that just shows again about women and sexuality in Greece. They didn't think about it because they didn't care. It wasn't about women being sexual. It was about, or having a sexuality. It was about them just making babies. And in Aphrodite's case, the fact that this is the goddess of sex and everything, but we only see her having sex with men because, again, it's about fertility. It's about making babies. It's about having sex to make babies. Yep. That's why Sparta is the best, because it's the best. It's the city-state that treated women the best. I mean, it wasn't like, you know, super awesome, but it was definitely way better than Athens. Oh, good night, Aurora. Wow, 7 hours, jeez. People are going to be like, Jessica, you're friggin' doing 7 hours? Sparta is the superior city-state. It's as I'm watching, Yale has up their ancient Greek history course, and I've been watching it, and they were talking about Sparta. The professor was talking about Sparta, and he was just like, the great exception, Sparta. I'm like, yes, damn straight, it's the great exception. We were talking specifically about the tyrant period and how Sparta never had a tyrant, and Sparta was always the one fighting against the tyrants. And I was like, fuck yes, Sparta! Being awesome! I know, it's my only thing about Socrates. Like, he hated women. I'm like, ugh. Ugh. Well, that's also like why mythology, it's so hard. Like, I don't understand people who look at mythology and think it's like like how the gods are, because the gods don't behave the same way throughout all of mythology. There's a lot of contradictions. So it's like, it's not a reliable place to figure out who the gods are, because they couldn't even agree. They had different versions. Yeah, it is a very long stream. I'm like, why am I still here? Because we keep having really good conversations. Yeah, that's right. He is Athenian. If he was Spartan, but if he was Spartan, he wouldn't really be Socrates. He wouldn't be able to be a philosopher, so We have to take what we can get. Yeah, unfortunately, that's just what we have to deal with. You know, ancient Greece was very misogynistic. Oh, I talk a lot about Homer. me and Homer. Homer ain't shit. That's my catchphrase. Yeah, Homer ain't shit. I've talked a lot about Homer. I have a lot of feelings. I have a lot of feelings about Homer. A lot of thoughts. Yes, Sparta is absolutely better than Athens. 100%. That is like fact. What do I think about the gods today? What do you mean? Like, how do I think they are? Yeah, I definitely, like Archer, I definitely agree that they could have absolutely evolved over time. Like, especially if you want to believe that they were anywhere like their mythology or how the ancient Greeks saw them or things like that, like you want to believe that, then I think it's like believing that they evolved. I absolutely believe that because I just think it's they kind of had to also because of everything that had happened, you know, and this new religion came in and just swept over everything, and people, their worshipers, had to, you know, either like convert or, you know, people had to go into hiding kind of thing, and things got changed, and then even their own home is still heavily Christian, you know? So they kind of had to evolve and adapt. They really kind of had no choice if they wanted to. And I think the fact that they, like, there's a resurgence in worshiping them, I think that proves that they did adapt and that they're very good at adapting and evolving. Oh my god, I want to go to Greece so bad. That's been my ultimate dream since I was younger too, was to go to Greece. It's always when anything was just like, where do you want to go most? I was like, Greece. I want to, even before I was a Hellenic polytheist, I was like, I'm going to cry at the temples. Nothing's changed. Still going to cry. That's an interesting way to look at it, because there's less of us that worship them that they're able to give us well, I don't know, because I don't know how, because Socrates talks a lot about he's got a very close relationship with Apollo, who's talking with him and everything. So I don't necessarily know if, like, it's hard to say kind of like what their relationship with the ancient Greeks were like, really, because I know like they say certain things, but it's like, because I think about like in the modern world, so many of us also talk about how we think the gods have been with us even before we realized they were with us. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, have they, even if we're not worshipers, are they still looking out for people? Because they are definitely still looking out for the Greeks, the modern Greeks. So it's kind of like, is there less people? Does that make sense? You know, is there really less people? I think maybe it's because maybe like we are more personal with our worship. Like we, especially as modern Hellenic polytheists, really emphasize, for the most part, making our worship personal. I think that's also what we want and what we're looking for. Because that's what seems to be the theme, is a lot of people not like wanting that more personal connection with the divine than they got from other religions. You know, I think a lot of it, that's part of the adapting, I think, is because we're different people than the ancient Greeks were, and we want different things, and it's kind of like, because we weren't raised in that environment like they were, it's like we have options, you know, like if we're not vibing, there are other religions or belief systems and pantheons to go to. So it's kind of like, give the people what they want kind of thing. But I don't know. Like I always also my belief personally is, I just feel like the gods were always like this. I don't know. I kind of can't really put anything behind it other than my own experiences. It just seems like they've just always been like this, helping people out. Mm-hmm. Yep, they can be. Well, I hope so, because it'd be really weird. I feel like I'd be hogging Apollo from all of you if they couldn't be in more places at once. Could you imagine? Ooh. Who gets Apollo today? What's the schedule? It's like we're sharing custody. All right, it is 7 hours. We are over 7 hours in, and I'm actually tired. So I could tell I'm like gonna start like not making any sense. So I am going to head out. But yeah, so I will, for everyone who sent me messages, I will send you an invite to the Discord. Again, if you want to join my Discord, please send me a message, a DM, a private message on any of my social medias, and I will send you an invite. Look out for my website. If you want, you can subscribe to my blog so that you get updated. Well, you get notified when I update. And I'm going to be coming out with a post tomorrow. I do have an Insta, The Pastel Priestess. I am The Pastel Priestess on Tumblr and Instagram. and I am Tea with the Gods on Twitter. So yeah, definitely message me on one of those and I will be happy to send you an invite to my Discord. Oh, I'm so happy that everybody had a good time. I had a fabulous time. I want to thank you all for being here and for such amazing discussions. So good. And sharing your experiences and your thoughts. And I appreciate it so much. And thank you all for like just being so supportive and loving and encouraging. No, don't worry. All right. So I hope you all have an amazing weekend. Don't get fired from life. I hope you have a amazing weekend, and yeah, I will see you all either in the Discord or around. You know where to find me. Don't hesitate to come talk to me. Also, a big shout out to my bestest friends, Ayla and Sky, for being amazing. Given all the good information. I heart you both so much. I can't wait for COVID to be over so we could see each other again. And yeah, heart you all so much. And have a wonderful night or day or evening, wherever you are. Many blessings to all of you. May the gods walk with you always.